Can y'all hear me now? I'm trying to connect to my phone. The principal. How's that? How's that, y'all? How's that? Let's make sure we doing something right here. If I'm muted or not, what's happening? Talk to me. I know, bro. And that's what I was telling you, Rose of Flame. Like, this shit just come with this shit, bro. It gets to fucking up, get to working right, then it just automatically, technology. But who's to say technology is not divine? It fucks up just like humans fuck up. Oh, yes, it do. All right, y'all. We finna get into it. Y'all know we are on the last chapter of Dion Fortune's. Let's see. We're on the last chapter of Dion Fortune's. What we read? Applied Magic. Last chapter. Human things, right? That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we heard, we doing good, and we standing on principle. The 10th chapter is called The Occult Field Today. Obviously, this is about 100 goddamn years ago when she wrote it, and obviously, if you paying attention to what if you've been tapped in with Travis Mage's page with the what is it called? Oh, Mystical Kabbalah. You know what I'm saying? This is a great addition in with that. It wasn't planned like that, but like perfectly perfect that it this way. Perfect that it worked out this way because it's adding a lot more context and context clues. If you know Miss Dion Fortune, that's how she writes her books with a lot of context clues. So also I want to give y'all the option for those that are here. Um, what would y'all like to read next? Let's see what we got going. I love it because this builds community. We all get to share our ideas and our thoughts, and we all feel a sense of welcome over here, even with my raunchy ass talking. So I was given this by Circle of Mystics. If you probably seen him on Travis Mage page. This is a good book. 2025, we going heavy on the mind. Why are we going heavy on the mind? Right? So we got. I'm gonna get into it. We got invisible power. What about that, y'all? Create the life that you want. Hold up. Create the life that you want. Your Invisible Power by Genevieve Benrind. I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to say that. Okay, we got that. We got Yoga and Western Psychology by Geraldine Coster. This was not a Manly P. Hall, but a God damn it, I forgot his name. This was one of his recommendations in the Magic and the Kabbalah. So we got these two. We got these two dealing with the mind. Because this 2025, the year of the nine, we need to be tapped into our mind, god damn it. We dealing with the mind. More on some practical ways, more on some philosophical thought process and psychological ways of why it's hard for us over here in the West to tap into ancient spiritual concepts. Or which if you've been on my story on Instagram, I've been reading out of this Young Yoga by who? Swami Vivekananda, the OG Swami Vivekananda. So we can tap into one of those three. I need people in the chat to let me know. We're gonna do Young Yoga by Vivekananda. We can do Yoga and Western Psychology by Geraldine Costa. Or we can do Invisible Power. Create the life you want. Which one do y'all want? Type of 1 in the chat for this one. Type of 2 in the chat for yoga and Western psychology. Type of 3 for Gyan yoga. 3, 2, 1. I ain't going nowhere till y'all ain't doing shit till y'all tell me what it is. And Spinoza. One say 3. We got one that says 3. 0 say 3. Where y'all at with it? And obviously I'll let it calculate. Probably not. What y'all talking about? We got 10 people in here. I got one person who commented. Come on. We know we are talking about, okay, we got 1 3 there. We got another 3 here. Young yoga is she said 2. No, you gotta pick one. Pick one, Hasaja, please. Pick which one. I'm biased. I picked 2. Oh my God. Make it hard for a nigga. What these women want from a nigga. Okay. And David said 3. So right now we got 3 people saying 3. And one person saying 3 and 2. We got 10 people in here. I need y'all to drop something. Let me know. Are we gonna do the what's the name of the mind or what? What we doing? Well, I fucked up Instagram. Shit. Damn. I ain't try to do that. Straw Hat say 2. So we got 2 2s, 1 2, 3 3s. Can we get a tiebreaker? David Turner said it don't matter, but he chose 3 though. David, you chose 3. Remember we said 3 is Gyan yoga, right? Is that what I said? 2 is yoga in the Western psychology. And 3 is the invisible power of your mind. So, which is obviously like some new age shit, but it's going into more tactical, practical ways that you can bring. I was gonna choose this one, but ain't none of y'all chose this one. So let me not be selfish. I'm telling you, this some shit. Practical shit. No entertaining shit. But let's see. Let's see. Both of them. Goddamn, nigga. Goddamn, nigga. I have my philosophers that I understand. Understood. Rosa Flame says 2. And 2 was yoga and Western psychology. Pick the one that loses. Why you say pick the one that loses, bro? Why you say that? He picked 3 and 2 like me. David did pick 3 and 2. So we got 2. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 2s, and we got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 3s. Okay, let's do it like that then. Some insight. Let's read the back. Okay, Geraldine Costa book ain't got no shit on the back. Let's see. This is the I want to find something short and quick. I ain't finna read all this shit. We got one book we already finna read. Sample both. All right, let's do. And then Sunshine Chick say 2. So remember, yoga in the Western psychology is number 2. Let's read a little bit of the introduction. Says the analytical therapy, part 1, chapter 1, introduction. Damn, chapter 1 is the introduction. Y'all hard for that one. No, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna read the table of contents. I'm not gonna get caught up. We'll keep reading this motherfucker. 1 is introduction, obviously. 2 is analytical therapy, the present position. 3, what causes people to undergo analysis? or to undertake yoga training. 4. The sense of insecurity in the search for God. 5. The development of analytical theory and technique. Part 2, Chapter 6. The basic principles of Patanjali's philosophy. 7. The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. So here goes some Yoga Sutra in here. Part 3, a comparison. Modifications of the thinking principle in confused thought. Then we got modifications of the thinking principle, clear thinking. Then the 5 obstacles. The overcoming the obstacles. No obstacles will apprehend you. What do we talk about over here? Um, Eliminatory exercises. Then overcoming the obstacles, concentration, suggestion, and contrary production. Then the seer and the seen, then the progressive development of consciousness, and then conclusion. So that's yoga in the Western psychology, y'all. Now we know what Jnana yoga is, so let's go. We know what Jnana yoga is. Let's see if there is any introduction. Let's see. So Young Yoga talks about. So let me know how these sound, y'all. Young Yoga. This is Swami Vivekananda, right? The OG. So the real nature of man, Maya, Maya and the illusion of the concept of God, Maya and freedom, God and everything, unity and diversity, the freedom of the soul, the cosmos, the macrocosm, the cosmos, the microcosm, immortality, the Atman, its bondage and freedom, the real and the apparent man, practical Vedanta, part 1 through 5. So that's 5 different ways. There's 5 different chapters. Okay, hold up now. Straw Hat Illuminary talking about some this one right here was bringing up Maya. Then we have the way to the realization of the universal religion. So that's Young Yoga. I don't see y'all in the comments talking about shit. I see why he say pick that. And then we got Genevieve. Let's talk about what she's talking about. The Vedas always win with me too, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. So you know what they base their shit off of anyway, the Vedas. So let's see what this one talking about. Order of visualization. How to attract yourself to things that you desire. Listen, practical shit. How to attract yourself to things that you desire. Relationship between mental and physical form. Operation of your mental picture. Suggestions for making your mental picture. Things to remember. Why I took up the study of mental science. How I attracted myself to my first $20,000. How I became the only personal pupil of the greatest mental scientists of the present day. How to bring the power in your mind into action. How to increase your faith. The reward of increased faith. How to make nature respond to you. Faith with works. What it has accomplished. Suggestions on how to pray, ask, or worship, or pray or ask, believing you have already received. And then 17 things to remember. First, you see what I'm saying? What you mean, David? The way, like the DOA. Oh, you talking about like the Vedas? I think that's what you're talking about. So, all right, man. I don't know what the fuck y'all want to do, bro. So this is what we gonna do. If you're still around at the end, we gonna ask again. So this is the one. My vote was with 2, the Young Yoga. Okay. Let's see. So far, nobody wants to read this. So, but I like what Straw Hat was saying. Let's see. Can't s- can't you see you mixing? Can't you see it's mixing spiritualism with materialism? Okay. See, that's what we got to see. See now, what you just said, life's bread. Hold up. What you just said is exactly why we might need to read Young Yoga, because there's no difference. And I like the way Vivekananda broke down when he spoke about, check this out, when he spoke about materialism. Materialism is more of the people that worries, keyword worries, about the world around them, versus the spiritual people is more focused on the mind. Please don't confuse the invisible power of your mind and how to create the life you want with being non-spiritual. Materialism is focused on the material realm and not understanding your position in the material realm, not understanding that everything here is God. Ain't that's one of the chapters in here? God in everything. Page 75 of Young Yoga by Vivekananda. God in everything. So there are, I get what you mean by materialism, I'm thinking, but those are two different things. God dwells in you. So if God dwells in you, what you mean? Materialism as in God don't want a nice pair of shoes. God want a nice pair of shoes, my nigga. God want a nice bed to sleep in. God should be able to create the life that he wants, he or she or non-gender, whatever the fuck, wants to live. Oh, Tao is the way. Got you. Tao is the medium. Tao, now the moves. My vote is still 2 and 3. Okay, y'all. So we're going between. We might end up going into young yoga versus yoga in the Western psychology, because we need to understand. Young yoga is one of the main things for me too, deep this year. So I go with that. Okay, okay. It seems like young yoga might be winning. Oh, can I make a poll, y'all? Oh, I remember Trav did that shit before. Let's see if I can do. Let's see if I can do. If I can go for my YouTube and set that up. Let's see here. So we can go on and get started, y'all. Hold up. Let's see. Live chat. Ain't no way I can make a poll. You know, like Brad says, the saying, seek treasures in heaven and everything else material shall be added unto you. Hold up. The saying, seek treasures in heaven and everything else shall be added unto you. Yes. But also remember, and I'm not going against what you're saying, because I'm alignment with that, right? Because that's one of the favorite verses that I use. Like, why seek for heavens in earth when they can rot and get mold and be stolen by thieves? When you should be seeking treasures of heaven where no rot can rot them and no thief can reach them. So I'm with that. But also, see, here's the good dynamic of this shit. Also, in those verses, it talks about you cannot see God in heaven, but it's all around you. See, that's why we studying the mystical Kabbalah, right? Because what? The Godhead here is down here as well. All these are the one God. So Malkuth, the most material plane in existence here, is Kether on the lower arc. It is the divine Godhead on the lower arc. It is the unmanifest turned inside out on the lowest arc. But that does not take its divinity away. It's divine in its own right, right? So we understand that all these emanations are nothing but the one. So what does that mean? You have heaven here too. You have heaven here too. So please get your money. Please get your money. I know we all out here paying bills and buying clothes and getting shape ups and eyebrows arched and makeup done. We do our thing, right? You got the right to do that. So maybe this title can throw some people off, but it shouldn't in my mind, because I'm an occultist. So I would think people would like, because everybody's trying to manifest a life that they want. This with less knocking over the head by Prakriti, right? Sight of the unseen. Having this vision is clear now. Your inheritance is wisdom in the heaven. Mm-hmm. So right. The only thing we don't need to have down here is over attachment, which is what they got us with. Over attachment to these material planes, to these material things, right? That's the problem that we have. Over attachment. You don't own these. You don't own your body. You said, hold on. Life Bread says, I'm against misery. See, I'm not, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm against misery. No one should live in misery. But the but I get what you're saying. So let me not say it like I'm stumping on what you're saying here. No, because I'm against it in that way too. But I'm gonna break down what I mean. I'm against misery. No one should live in misery, but the earth is abundant with materials. And since people seek material wealth first, keyword, I like that first, we created misery, which is ironic. Right. So shit, we basically saying the same shit. You see what I'm saying? We saying the same shit. We saying the same shit. And that's why we suffer. I got a video dealing with bondage and liberation. Why do we suffer? Because we think we are this material. And this material deteriorates. This material goes through changes. And if everything keeps changing and you want things to stay the same, that's going to cause you suffering because you don't understand. Not you, Life's Bread, but just in general, anybody watching, and myself included, we don't understand that things constantly change. So the adaptable, like the ones like water, adapt. And then those who are very rigid, they break. You have to be able to adapt. That's what this occult shit is about. That's what all this yoga shit is about. That's what the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, that's what all the Egyptian shit. That's what all this shit is about. So when we start to change, is looking as the world as this fucked up place and start to notice how divine this place is and exact. I say that not to because it sounds like a contradiction, and I'm not speaking on what Life's Bread is talking about, but I'm saying what is here is also there, as above, so below. Right? That's one of the first principles. As above, so below. You don't have to suffer. You can use your invisible power to create the life you want here. But you're not gonna not go through change. But the way to make, if I just posted this on my story, the way that this is the cheat code. This is why this shit is fun to me. Life is not hard to me. Yes, I go through ups and downs and changes and shit that just pops up and all that type shit, but it don't do the same thing to me. It won't push me into depression. It won't push me into low self-esteem. It won't push me into not feeling like I'm not worth nothing. Cause I had the realization. Fuck reading these books. I've had the realization of understanding what God is, generator operator, destroyer is. I am that. Khashoggi, peace, peace, peace. Let's see. That's a great moment when you really realize you're not your body and your mind. We are consciousness, pure awareness. Yeah, we're gonna read Young Yoga unless something else pops up and we say fuck it, change it. Um, we suffer because of the excessive identification of the illusion. As above, so below. SOP. Like Red says, I see. Let's see here. All right, y'all. Let's go on to get this shit popping. Let's get this shit popping. Khashoggi, peace, peace, SOP. We in this motherfucker. Let's see what we gonna do here. I could have sworn you can like do a poll though. I don't know how you can do a poll. I don't know. Maybe I ain't hit enough subscribers. So share this, y'all. Let's get this. Let's get this. Let's get this show on the road. Finish this last chapter. Right. Finish this last chapter, dog. David. David. Now David then came back and said one. Hey, look, David then came back and said one after we had that, after we expressed our thoughts. I think it's a very useful and appropriate thing. And one thing I think about, like when we get in a cult and sometimes we get so spiritual to the point that we ignore the physical plane. And I'm speaking on self in general as well. Sometimes we ignore the physical plane like this is not where you're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? This is where you're supposed to be. This is where the work is done. You're not doing the work up there. The work is done here. All the happening is happening here. David said, I'm ready. Let's get into it, y'all. Oh, damn, I got to pull up the right page. And I'm telling y'all, this Cosmic P. This is Cosmic motherfucking P we talking about right here. Hold up. The occult field today. The occult field today. Put my phone on the charger. Hold up. And this is for the people who returning to the video and watching. Hey, check this out. While I do this on Instagram real quick, I gotta start up another Instagram. I gotta put another what's the name key in. Cause we gotta understand what this physical realm is. All we as occult students of the mind, this is what we should be doing. Cause listen, this is nothing but the mind that we dealing with here. That's it. Everybody know goddamn well they want to have some decent shit in life. Right? We gotta change the key. Everybody know damn well that we want some decent shit in life. And you deserve it if you want it. But us, since we are no longer innocent, what do we need to be doing? We need to be making sure that we don't have let me say over attachment, right? Over attachment. That's what we need to make sure that we don't do. We don't have an over attachment. There we go. Hold up. There we go, y'all. We want to make sure we don't have an over attachment to this material world, right? Because it's forever changing. Purusha, the soul, the seer, Drasta, the Drasta is never changing. Prakriti is always changing. That's the role of this place. It's always changing. And if you can adapt to these changes, which is the mind, which is the psychology, for a more intellectual way to put it, psychology, right? This is what this is about. We have to get in alignment with that because you deserve to have a life that you want to have. See, my thing is my desire for a lot of shit of attachment to owning shit has drastically went down. This is what I am here to do. Study this information, make a community of people. We link, we talk, we connect. Y'all hit me on the DM. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, we live in a Western society. So you have spiritual teachers who have to charge for certain consultations. You know what I'm saying? Readings, classes, courses to help people move forward. We live in a Western society. This is a part of it. You think they didn't do that shit in Egypt? That's a lie. How do you think we got the um the book of coming forth by day? That whole thing about Anu or whatever his name was, we got that because it was at a time where the priests were selling the information. They went through a pendulum swing of whatever yuga that was in, and times changed. Information and tactics were sold. It was a different time. And we're in that time where you gotta pay to live around this motherfucker. Motherfucker can't do this shit for the rest of their life. And then, Paul Righteous teacher, you did nature she becomes divine. In spirit, he becomes human. The two urns. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Man, Trav, what the hell is you doing on Instagram, man? What you doing on Instagram, Trav, bro? Trav is over here on Instagram, y'all. I'm putting you on blast over here on YouTube, bro. You over here on Instagram, man. Come on, man. We on 5 hour energies, man. Trav, get your ass off. He left Instagram now. He might be coming to YouTube. You think over here on Instagram, man? Oh, there you go. Hold up. What does Life's Bread say? Dang, I just thought about living in a Western society. We are desperate because we can't eat, but or shall or sell without the mark of the beast. Money in case. See, I wouldn't see. Okay, let me tell you this, Life's Bread. We see. This is why I wanted to go into the other book because it's about the way that we speak about these things. Listen, if we looking at this tree of life, everything down here is just as divine as the things up here. The only different down here is way more complex. You get back up here is very simplistic. In this tree, there is nothing evil. There is no mark of a beast in the in a Christian context, right? There is no evil. So when we speak about these things as being evil, that's why these things run away from us. That's why they move away from us. And we have this hatred for money when money is nothing. It's literally nothing. I've studied the contents of commercial law. It's literally nothing. It's literally whatever the fuck they make it up to be. Right? So if you speaking of money like as a mark of a beast, and we know we using mark of a beast as something evil, as something to be afraid of. And I'm not saying you are afraid of it, but I'm saying when we're using that context, mark of the beast, oh, that's something you don't want to deal with. That is not useful and appropriate for you to be able to move through today's society. It's not useful and appropriate for us to use that type of language to ourselves because we're creating a belief. There's typically a pattern that we have went through since a kid that formulated our belief around money. Now, here's the thing about beliefs. They can be changed to be more useful and appropriate for you to move forward, to have what you want to have. What's the word we use nowadays? To manifest the life that you want to have, which is why I gave this option to this book, Your Invisible Power. Create the life that you want, right? So once we change the way that we look at money, money can move differently in our life because you got to use it. Because I'm pretty sure you're on Wi-Fi right now on your cell phone, which you have to pay a bill for. That ain't the mark of the beast. In that sense that we're talking about, poor righteous teacher. Poor righteous teacher can't afford the internet. You know what I'm saying? We got to have some paper flowing, socket to the pocket. You know what I'm saying? Salute to this guy here who was over there hanging out on fucking Instagram. Caught his ass. And I pack. Good be to have it. Yeah, to have his name put in the papyrus. Had good bread to put his name in that papyrus, right? Yeah. Hold up. Yes, it's all twisted, and that's why the kind of things happen, right? Let's see here. He said money isn't the root of evil. I agree. Desire is. Desire for money causes people to be unethical. But I read money was created by Lucifer, whoever that is. Um, let's look here. Let's tackle that before we get out of here. And I gave my philosophy around it already, but let's see. I think I was reading this earlier on my story, actually. Okay, let's see here, because Vivekananda talked about desire. Vivekananda talks about desire, and this may be a good one to go into. Okay, let's read from right here. The Atman in bondage is called Yava. Thus, you see that when it is said that the Atman comes and goes, it is said only figuratively. So the Jiva, the bound soul, comes to higher or lower states. This is well known law of reincarnation, and this law binds all creation. People in this country think it is too horrible that a man should become an animal. What? Okay, no, that's not the one. But he went into. Oh, okay. Here we go. So long as there is here we go. Right here. Check this out. Hopefully you still here, Life's Check this out. Right. And I think you picked Young Yoga as a book to read. Right. So long as there is desire or want, it is a sure sign that there is imperfection. My bad. A perfect free being cannot have any desire. Check this out. God cannot want anything. If he desired, he could not be God. He would be imperfect. So all the talk about God desiring this and that and becoming angry and pleased by turns is baby's talk. It means nothing. Therefore, it has been taught by all teacher, desire nothing, give up all desires, and be peacefully satisfied. Hold up, check this out. A child comes into a world crawling without teeth, and an old man goes out crawling without teeth. The extremes are alike. So desire and non desire are alike. Check this out. Polarity here. The extremes are alike, but the one has no experience of life before him, which is the baby, right? While the other has gone through it all. When the vibrations of the ether are very low, we do not see light. There is darkness. When they are very high, the result is also darkness. The extremes generally appear to be the same, though the one is as distant from the other as the poles. The wall has no desires, and neither has the perfect man. The wall has no desires, and neither does the perfect man. But the wall is not sentient enough to desire. While for the perfect man, there is nothing to desire. There are idiots who have no desires in this world. Check this out. There are idiots who have no desire in this world because their brains are imperfect. At the same time, the highest state is reached when we have no desires. But the two are opposite poles of the same existence. One is near an animal and another is near God. And I missed the part that I was actually wanting to read because he broke down about having desires. He broke it down. It's more about your over attachment to these desires. You see what I'm saying? You got to understand that you are not these desires. So there's a balance, right? We're gonna read Young Yoga, y'all, because I don't want to go too far into that. We're gonna read Young Yoga because Vivekananda had a nice philosophy. Because some people just didn't want to indulge in anything and resist themselves from everything. But it's like, why? This shit is fun. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can enjoy this. Damn, I'm missing some shit from all this talk about God desiring things, being angry and jealous. That's baby talk. It means nothing. Vivekananda talked that shit. Vivekananda talked that shit. People say God incarnated because he was lonely and wanted to know himself. I think that qualifies as baby talk too. Ooh. 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 Because I'm gonna say that's a typical thing that I would tell motherfuckers. God just wanted to have experience with himself. It was boring up there. I ain't shit else to do. Let me try some shit. Wait a minute. How how late was that? Oh, you ain't bro. We ain't even start reading the goddamn book, Kashagi. We was going off on another subject because I was giving three. Okay, this is the books I was giving y'all. Let me bring this up. Why everybody in here? Why we got 17 folks in here? All right. I was giving options for the next read, which would be Yoga and Western Psychology, a comparison by Geraldine Costa. Young Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. And then I wanted to get into this, Your Invisible Power, Create the Life That You Want by Javine Benhard around. So I was given an option. This was option one. So if y'all here now, if y'all want to vote now, this is option one. Put one in there. This is obviously dealing with the mind, right? And creating the reality that you want, right? Then we got Young Yoga by Vivekananda. This is number two. Put number two in the chat if you want to read this, right? And that's what we just read a piece out of. Peace curve, peace curve, peace curve. And then I said Geraldine Coster, Yoga and the Western Psychology. And I think this was number two. I'm not sure. Kashagi say one. So can you yeah, how can you do that shit, Trav? I was looking for you when I first did it. I don't know how to make a poll. I'm looking. Do I have to go through YouTube Studio to do that? Or just regular YouTube? Let's see. Content. I don't see how to do this shit. Either Lice Bread say either one is fine. Kashagi says one. If you put up YouTube on the browser. Okay, let's do this, y'all. If y'all are on Instagram, bring y'all ass over to YouTube. All right, let's see. Pulling up YouTube, y'all. I can still look at the chat on my phone, though, can I? Go to studio and go to live stream. Okay. So, okay, hold up. God damn it. Come on, man. Go to studio. Then go to live stream. All right. It's giving me the option to create a live stream. Top right corner of the page where you upload videos, click live stream. I'm trying to see if it's trying to make me start a live stream, but I don't think it's trying to do that. Let's see. Manage. Okay, here we go. The one we on right here, right now. Boom. No, it's not kids, man. I say bitch and hoe and pussy too much. It's not for kids, YouTube. Okay. Yes, create then live stream. Okay, now I'm in here, Trav. Okay, now I'm in here, dog. Okay, capture moments as they happen. I don't want to capture moments as they happen. When you look at the right of the chat, the three dots, pop out chat. Is it a pop out of chat? Plus sign this chat box. All I see is pop out chat. Damn it, and I hit it. Now my computer want to do the little bottom right. Oh no, that's so obviously that's not it. Restore chat. Hold up, Trav. Okay. Oh, engage with your audience. Oh, start a poll. All right. My nigga Trav. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna make it 10 times easier, niggas. Make sure I don't misspell some shit. Appreciate you, Trav. Yes, sir. Your I'm just put create the life you want. Invisible power. Yeah, we just gonna do create the life you want because I can't put the whole text in there. And then we got yoga and Western psychology. Yoga. And hit that like button. Hit that like button. Yeah, hit that like button, y'all. Yoga and Western psychology. And what was the other one? Young yoga. Was it Janya yoga? Or was it Gyanya yoga? Gyanya. Where's J Bot here when you need him? J Bot Hill. I found out how to say J Bot Hill. Name right. J Bot Hill. If y'all haven't checked this YouTube out, go check it out. JNA. Boom. All right, y'all. There it is. Everybody in here, please, please go there and do your thing and vote. Whichever one y'all want, we shall do. Well, y'all already voting. Okay. We'll check that at the end of the live stream. Hold up. Let me get up off of here. So I think I can shut that part of. There go J Both Hill. J Both Hill. That motherfucker has mastered that evil laugh. Shout out to him. Damn. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. What Trav say? I just say it quick so no one would focus on my mispronunciation. Young yo. Young yoga. Young yoga. Been half sleep. Damn, J Both Hill. Wake up, man. Wake up, man. Wake up, brother. So we got the vote in the chat, y'all. I don't know if y'all can see it. I can't see it no more. So hopefully the poll is still there. Hopefully the poll is still there. It's not showing on my phone. I guess because I don't get the vote. My asshole. Okay. Hopefully it's still showing in the chat. Is the poll still showing? Y'all let me know. So we can go on and start this book. Somebody let me know if that poll still showing. So I can close down this YouTube page. Okay. Jay says, peace, Jay. Peace, Jay. Peace, Jay. It's still there. Okay. So I'm going to shut that down. 50% is saying chase the life that you want. Create the life that you want. 30. Gun yoga. Gun yoga. And create the life that you want is going and they're running. So we'll see by the end of this stream. Let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it. As always, I appreciate all y'all being here. Young Nunu. Young Yanunu. Yanunu. Like Brad says, pronounced as Yanunu. Yanunu. What the hell? I ain't heard that one. Well, Yanunu? I ain't never heard that one. I've heard Gyangya. Gyanya. A Gyanya. Those who I have. My bad. Not new. Yeah. Yanana. 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 Yanana yoga. Gotcha. Now that sound more right. Okay, that's my bad. My pronunciation. Okay. Let me turn this fan on. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna say you new. You talking about because I rock the new shit. Because I rocks the new shit. your new your nana yoga. Okay, okay. Niggas still gonna fuck up the pronunciation, but nonetheless, y'all, let's get into it with my highlighters. We got highlighters. Your new. Your new shit. Cause she rocks the new shit. We got the 5 hour energy. Just in case. Y'all just don't even know today I was gonna say fuck the last screen today, but now I'm happy I didn't. Y'all motherfuckers showed up. All I don't know is about it's the fact that the Zen is the Japanese the way to apply it. Let's get to it, y'all. It says, let's see, if you over here on Instagram, you know y'all ain't supposed to be over here on goddamn YouTube. Create the life you want is winning, y'all. What y'all over there doing? All right. The publication, chapter 10, The Occult Way. The publication of two very important books on the magic. The Tree of Life by Israel Regardie. We know him, Golden Dawn. And The Magic by the Master Therion, Aleister Crowley, makes it advisable for the fraternity of the inner light to define its position in these matters. It will be obvious to anyone who compares these books with each other in with the method that is explained in the book Mystical Kabbalah, the Kabbalah of the mystics, right? That the same system is being used in all three. Some explanation is therefore desirable, lest anyone be accused of plagiarism or stealing another person's thunder, or equally be regarded as associated with or representative of one of the others. The explanation is quite simple. All three are drawing from the same source. Check this out. Because a lot of people seem to think this is new information and like niggas is coming and creating. Like this is all the old same shit. What we're doing here as occult students, right? Even us as teachers, if you're a teacher to somebody else, what we're doing is updating this system to more modern terminologies and ways. We found out new ways to access the same old information, or the to describe, to give a different description, not change the description but update the description to match with Western psychology, right? That's what we're doing. We're drawing from the same source, though. The same source of information is the only one source of information that everything comes from, anyway. Right? The explanation is quite simple. All three are drawing from the same source, which I have always referred to as the Western esoteric tradition. Right? Like I think we give like new methods. Maybe it's new methods. How do you say? I can teach you a new way to ride a bike. You see what I'm saying? But you still riding a bike. Does that make sense? Like I can teach you a new way to dribble. You ain't never seen a nigga dribble like this, but it's still dribbling, right? Context. Shout out to Trav. Context, not content. Oh, the map is not the territory. They've even said, hold up. Trav says they've even said this in Patanjali Sutras. We're updating the lingo and metaphors. Damn. Okay. Because I ain't read the whole book of Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. So that's it right there. We're updating the lingo with metaphors. You see what I'm saying? Same source, right? Same source. No matter it don't matter what race or what ethnical cultural background things may be expressed in. They're using that for their lingo. Like I gotta use a certain lingo, You know what I'm saying? Cosmic P pusher. You see what I'm saying? Like that wouldn't have made sense in fucking 1950s. Whenever John Henry Clark and them was talking, I couldn't walk into my young pushing Cosmic P, nigga. Like that don't even go with the lingo of that day. See what I'm saying? But it's the same shit. I'm not talking about nothing different. Cosmic principle is what I'm talking about. That's one of the things I got recently. The language and all that changes, but God is still underneath it all. The hidden, right? Okay, let's go. So it says the explanation is quite simple. All three are drawn from the same source, which I have always referred to as the Western esoteric tradition, and we know it comes from the East, right? The Western esoteric occult tradition comes from the East. This tradition was recognized and made available for English students by the late S.L. McGregor Mathers. Did y'all know that's Eminem's grandfather? At least I've been told that's his great grandfather. Into those into whose hands came under a number of cipher MSS. So his nickname, his hidden name was MSS, and who had the occult knowledge necessary for their use. He claimed to have got in touch with the sources whence these MSSs emanated. My bad. Yeah, the cipher MSS. And he claimed to get in touch with the sources whence the MSS emanated. And there is a certain amount of objective evidence in support of this claim, but the whole subject is wrapped in mystery by the extreme sorcery he observed and by the drastic initiation oaths demanded to all who he taught what he had learnt. I didn't know learnt was a real word, right? And even to these, he was extremely uncommunicative on many vital points. So that nigga was McGregor Mather was very secretive. But be that as it may, and whenever he came by his system, as he had said, hold up, but be that as he may, and whether he came by his system as he said he did, or whether he made it up out of his own head in actual practice, it worked as a highly effective and satisfactory system of practical occultism and a way of initiation. Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? Damn. And they by here said SMM. Hold up. Eminem is SMM reincarnated. Damn. Damn. So they couldn't prove where he got it from. He kept it highly secret. So whether he came up with it in his head or not, did it work? Does it work? Is it useful and appropriate, my nigga? The proof of the pudding is in the eating in the occult affairs. High surrounding titles and limitless claims, such as certain American organizations have accustomed us to in these matters, carry no weight at all with those who may have any knowledge of the subject in its history or any practical experience of its workings. It is one of those points in favor of the geniuses of McGregor Mathers claims that he wrapped himself in the most impenetrable secrecy and could not be tempted out from his shell, even in self defiance. The evidence concerning the sources of which McGregor Mathers has obtained his MSS is, so far as I have been able to sift it, inconclusive and conflicting. And a good deal has been said about those MSS which cannot be sustained. But that those MSS exist, I can vouch for as a fact because I know reliable people who have actually seen them. But as they were in cipher, my informants were not much the wiser. Listen, Miss Dion Fortune informants couldn't even penetrate McGregor Mathers' cipher, right? My informers were not much the wiser, nor could they say how much McGregor Mathers got out of them and how much he added on as original work. To get accurate information on the subject was not easy, especially as I came on the scene late in the day after McGregor Mathers' death. And it was rather like trying to obtain evidence concerning the nature of a cloth on which were made the robes of the kings and no clothes on. What? Hold up, let's read that again. To get to get accurate information on the subject was not easy, especially as I had came on the scene late in the day after McGregor Mathers' death. And it was rather like trying to obtain evidence concerning the nature of the cloth from which were made the robes of the king with no clothes on. Damn. Everybody pledged their immortal souls as to the truth of the legends that were current in the order that he founded, accepting them uncritically as they circulated by word of mouth and gained authority from much repetition. So, as far as I can see, from what I could learn of the matter and what I saw of the people concerned, McGregor Maggers had a wide range of rare but not very accurate or profound knowledge. He had a wide range of rare but not accurate or profound knowledge. So McGregor, he's saying McGregor Mathers shit. He had a lot of shit, but it wasn't shit. He knew a lot of shit that was rare, but it wasn't accurate and it wasn't profound, in which professional scholars were able to pick holes. But in him were the roots of the matter, for he saw the mystical and philosophical significance behind what he had reaped in the queer fields of alchemy, the Kabbalah, and Egyptology. To him came, by the curious concentration of invisible forces that are called chants, the famous cipher MSS, and in them he found a formula which formed the basis of his rituals. These gave him the keys to the queer mass of crazy metaphysical ironmongery. Ironmongery. What does that mean? We got to look that up. I'm sorry. Ironmongery. Hold up. Hey Siri, define ironmongery. Ironmongery. Iron goods that were made for use in the household rather than industry. Okay, whatever. Metaphysical iron shit. Mothers with a spring. Damn. Oh, you said Mathers. Okay. Mathers was the springboard for Regardi, Crowley, Fortune, and Gold and Dunn. There we go, y'all. There we go, y'all. So this is what I'm saying. I said this in another video. Listen, systems get updated, right? We get updated. Like Dion Fortune said, you know what I'm saying, you build your own tree of life with your own correspondences. So it gets updated with different shit, right? So what John Henrik Clark talked about should be updated. What what damn, I forget his name. Come on, bro. Who always talk about inner dimensions and aliens and with the glasses. The OG, bro. How did he slip my name? Slip my mind. Okay. What Bobby Hemmett talked about should be updated, right? Should be evolved. What Panic talked about should be evolved. What I talked about should be evolved. What Trav talked about should be evolved. Whatever any other occult person has built up, you know what I'm saying, came up with their methods to use and share with the people and give out to the people, it should be evolving. This is what happened here. He set the groundwork, and you know what I'm saying, people figured, okay, well, yeah, not really that, it's actually this, or it is that, let's update this, let's use, how can we use this in 2125? You see what I'm saying? Like, systems get updated, not changed, and not, you know what I'm saying, distorted. I'm talking about the source shit, the principle shit, the principalities of this shit that checks out across the board gets updated. These these gave him the keys to the queer mass of crazy metaphysical ironmongery, which he had already discovered to be a lock. He inserted the psychic key into the metaphysical lock, and lo, lock and lo, it turned, and the door of the supernormal consciousness was flung open. The super consciousness was flung open. How much of these ceremonies were given verbatim in the cipher MSS, and how much was converted by Mathers out of his knowledge with the aid of the keys with which the MSS supplied him? I do not know, but I am quite satisfied from my experience of them. See what I'm saying? Quite. See, the downright, so it seems like what she's saying is the downright, like a lot of the technical knowledge that he may possessed probably wasn't shit, but he had some shit that worked. That's a fact. He had some shit that worked, and it was very useful and appropriate for her. Let's see. I do not know, but I'm quite satisfied with my experience of them. That the system he worked contained factors quite out of the ordinary, which were not the fruits of pure scholarship, however recondite. If McGregor Mathers was the sole original author of that system, then he was one of the world's greatest men. But from what I saw of his order, I don't think he was that. I don't think he was that. But see, and then some people, like, remember we was reading Kenneth Grant. You know what I'm saying? He was, you know what I'm saying, kind of saying the same shit about like Dion Fortune. You know, I don't think it's a diss. I just think these people have their opinions or whatever the case may be, and have their reasons that make sense, right? The effects, the effects of the ceremonies and methods taught by McGregor Maggers was to produce the most remarkable psychic experiences and extensions of consciousness in those who had any psychic capacity at all. The methods and aim of these processes were intelligently taught in the higher grades in certain sections of the order, and it was possible for those so instructed to produce the results at will. And the effect of the repeated experiments was cumulative. They obtained, in fact, the psychic methods, the same results other people achieved by the use of such drugs as hashish and mescal. They were doing mescal. And without the disastrous after effects that results from loosening the grinders of the mind by physical means. In the light of the experience thus gained, the ancient mysteries become comprehensible, and the possibilities of psychic work thus unfolded were simply limitless. Y'all hearing this? Individual students varied enormously in their capacity to employ the means placed at their disposal. Some were merely futile. Some were dry as dust scholars, frightened out of their lives of obtaining any practical result from the formula. And some became genuine adepts with signs following. Among the latter was Aleister Crowley, who was written upon occultism under his own name and various pseudonyms, among other the Master Theron, Frater P, Perdubio, Perdubia, Perdurabo, Perdurabo, in a varied assortment. That nigga had a lot of names. Some 10 years before, I came in touch with Mathers organizations. There were wars and rumors of wars. The truth of the matter is hard to come by. But when both sides claim to be angels opposed by devils, it is probably a case of six of one and half a dozen of the other. Anyway, as a result of the quarrel, Crowley published the bulk of McGregor Mathers' secrets in his magazine. That's why they hated him. Crowley went against the grain. Fuck, I'll put all that shit out. The Equinox and Mathers cursed Crowley with bell, book, and candle. Mathers cursed Crowley with bell, book, and candle, nigga. The order suffered severely during the First World War, and Mathers himself died in Paris from influenza during the epidemic. When I came in touch with his organizations, it was manned mainly by widows and gray bearded ancients and did not appear to be a very promising field of occult endeavor. But I had considerable experience of practical occultism before I made its acquaintance, and I immediately recognized power of a degree and I immediately recognized power of a degree and kind I had never met before and had not the slightest doubt but that I was on the trial of the genuine tradition, despite its inadequate exposition. So do you hear that? That's key, right? Think about what they had to go through back then, bro. I always got you got to compare. The times have changed, so it's an updated system, right? It's an updated world. The world has gotten more complex. It was probably simpler back then. Oh yeah, you do this, you do that, and you go there. Now you get a lot of occult information on YouTube. Now you got Amazons and the books can be shipped to you, right? Let me not go too deep. They were all in a magic fight with each other. Yes. Some Harry Potter shit. This is probably where Harry Potter come from, bro. This probably what some Harry Potter shit is based off of. Facts, zero. Facts. Yeah, this probably where they did all this shit came from. Listen, that's what I often repeat, Trav. Listen, bro. Get out my head, bro. I was just gonna repeat that, bro. She said when she pulled up, there was only gray beards and weirdos. Listen, what she called them though. She said when I came in touch with this organization, it was manned mainly by widows and gray bearded ancients. Gray bearded ancients. What the fuck? But I had a considerable experience of practical occultism before I made its acquaintance, and I immediately recognized power of a degree in kind I had never met before and had not the slightest doubt but I was on the trial of the genuine tradition, despite its inadequate exposition for some reason best known to themselves. The elucidations in the interpretations had been withdrawn into the innermost inner by the secret chiefs, who simply sat upon them like broody hens on china eggs. The organization had broken up into a number of disjecta membra, and everybody regarded everybody else with suspicion as not being of the true orthodoxy. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Trav says, sound like grandma church. Always trying to recruit the youth. And you get in there and find out ain't nobody doing nothing but arguing and talking about the past and then talking about the deacon, talking about the first lady, and talking about the what's the ladies that walk around pass around the collection plate? God damn it, I forgot. Oh yeah, I remember your story. We miss you at church. I ain't seen you forever. We miss you at church. Is everything all right? You need us to pray for you, brother? Same shit going on. Now, here's the thing. Do you think it's because they were Caucasians? Or do you think it's because they fucking humans? You see what I'm saying? This is a human thing that goes on. As you go through reading the Eastern Vedic shit, you got people who popped up and they had disagreements and they had so-called slight beefs within the same Vedantic text that they read. That's why I say, like, what's the point of debating, bro? It does nothing for nobody. This is what happens with debates here. Because that's what's going on. One person saying that person don't know what he talking about. I got the right knowledge. Other person talking about that person don't know what he talking about. I got the right knowledge. Who wins in this situation? The person who's trying to really learn something and trying to advance don't get shit from it. But so what happened? Some entertainment, some spiritual entertainment, some the magical The Real Housewives of fucking Magic. What the fuck? The Real Housewives of Magic, bro. Like that's what's going on. Oh y'all didn't push young yoga all the way down to the bottom. Create the Life You Want seems to be the book that's gonna be read. See, that's crazy because at first when I brought the book up, y'all wasn't fucking with it. Y'all wasn't fucking with it. Now everybody done voted. Create the Life You Want seem like it may be the one by the end of the stream. We'll see though. The Real Housewives of Tifereth. God damn it. The Real Housewives of Christ. Of the sacrificed God. Of beauty. Okay. I, for my part, to no part in the human listen. I, for my part, to no part in the human pettiness of the mundane plane. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I don't even. Don't get me wrong. I started off by watching Cyrus Suit and City and Brother Polite Nim go in on them Hebrew Israelite niggas on 125th in Harlem. Peace, my yacht mystics. Peace, 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 peace. You just getting in on the juice. So I understood the debates is what brought me in. But bro, that shit lasted a couple months, and I'm like, bro, these niggas ain't teaching me shit. All I'm hearing these niggas is arguing, talk about how the other one ain't shit. They don't know what the fuck they talking about. Now they may have made some historical facts and points, but I didn't get to learn. I didn't get to advance in that shit by watching debates. So I went through that era, so I know how these niggas end up falling off. And not saying like you need to come in and be always stay on top. No, the thing is to come in here and get information to be able to utilize to have self realization. Realize that you are the Atman, that you are Purusha, that you are Shiva, that you are not the mind, that you are pure awareness. That's the best name we can get consciousness. Pure awareness. It's the best name we can get a soul. The best way human mind can describe it until you experience it. Polls work because people tell the truth when anonymous. Ain't that right? Y'all didn't want to tell me the truth. Y'all want to try to go straight to the deep shit. Y'all thinking this book right here ain't deep. How is it not? It's okay. We got that. And we got young yoga. Cause it's always the same shit. I'm really just playing a trick on you. It's the same shit. This is the same shit. It's all one. I, for my part, took no part in the human pettiness of the mundane plane, but worked at the system, and the system yields fruits. Do you hear that? Superlative consciousness is the Gebra in the tree of life. Damn. I took no part in the human pettiness of the mundane plane, but worked at a system, and the system yields fruit. Oh, Trav said he voted for invisible power. Perfect. Do you remember when what's the name gave us that? Well, I don't know if you already had it, but what's his name gave shout out to Circle of Mystics, Richard Tracy. He actually told us this that this the book I got when Trav fell asleep on live for 28 hours. Well, he sleep for 28 hours. This the book that came in. We ordered that book. I ordered that book at like 3 o'clock in the morning on live with Trav, Stuffed Dog, Circle of Mystics. I think Allure was on there. And then I went to sleep and woke back up. The book was delivered and Trav was still on live. You can't fake the dedication to this shit. You can't fake the dedication to this shit. Other people, I think, must have done the same. Among them was Mr. Regardi. At any rate, in his two books, The Garden of Pomegranates and The Tree of Life, he teaches the Golden Dawn system as I learned it in the various branches of the order which I have been a member. Damn, that was October 25th? Damn. I didn't know that. Damn. This nigga remember the day. He did 25 hours on the 25th of October. I'm finna grab my Golden Dawn book for what? Just to show it off? Yeah, I guess. Um, let's see here. Mr. Regardi acknowledges his indebtedness to McGregor Mathers and Wynne Westcott. Key names. but he only quotes from their published works. He quotes so extensively from Crowley, especially especially from his 4 volume work Magic with a K, in which is reprinted in the best. Ain't nobody tell me to change the page. Y'all, y'all just be y'all just be any motherfucker. I guess y'all fuck with and y'all listening anyway. But it makes sense. Okay. Um Magic, in which is reprinted the best of the Equinox articles and some additional material. And his viewpoints so exactly express the best aspects of Crowley's teaching that I can conclude that Crowley's order, the AA, not McGregor, not Mathers, GD. Damn, there's some blood and GD shit. Is his source. The AA, however, drew its magical system from the GD, which is the Golden Dawn, right? And then what's Crowley shit called? God damn it. Somebody drop it in the chat. I don't know. I just had a brain fart. The OTO, right? Therefore, all practical purposes regarding is using the Mathers system, just as I myself. So this is what she's drawn it all the way back to. Nobody plagiarized. Nobody we draw from the same source, which is the Golden Dawn, which is Mathers. Regarding these 2 books, I unhesitatingly recommend it. The Tree of Life, in particular, is a magnificent piece of work, in my opinion. The best book on magic that has ever been published. Do you hear that? That's what she said. So if you can get that, right? Crowley's Magic, of which regarding makes much use, into which he acknowledges his indebtedness, is also valuable to the student, but only the advanced student could use it with profit. It is very unseen in its literary quality, contains much grossness and ribaldry, like all Crowley's writings. Like all Crowley's writings, and much of it is deliberately obscure and elusive. The formula, too, on which he works would be considered averse and evil by occultists accustomed to the Kabbalistic tradition. For he uses 11 instead of 10 as the basis of his batteries of knots and the magical ceremonies. Why does he use 11? What is he count? If there's 10, there's a hidden 11. Ain't that right? What is he using? Why does he take it from 10 to 11? We all know that. For he uses 11 instead of 10 as his basis of his batteries of knocks in the magical ceremony. And here we go. And 11 is the number of the Kalipah, or evil Sephra. A battery of 11, therefore, is an invocation of the Kalipah. No hint is given of this in the text. And it is an ugly trap for the unwary student. Do you hear that? Let me highlight this. Do you hear what she's saying about this nigga? He have a lot of like loose ways that he talk, and you know what I'm saying. Peace, I know nothing. SOP, dog. He got a lot of blue blush inside of his writings, right? If you read Crowley's text, but he uses a basis of 11, so those who know can pick up on what he's doing. And she says, no hint is given within his text, and is an ugly trap for the unwary student. It's an ugly trap for the unwary student. Crowley also gives the north as the holy point towards which the operator turns to invoke, instead of the east, whence light arises. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Trav says, one could say Crowley also advanced the Kabbalah like Fortune, just in different directions. I like that one. I'm rocking with that one. I'm rocking with that one. It's like she's saying, what did she say? Keyword unworried student, unaware student. A student, because she already said it's for an advanced level of a student. They'll be able to pick up on it. Other than that, she said like the traditional Kabbalists with a Q, they looked at it as evil. They didn't fuck with Doth and want to take the gateway to the clip off. He did. It was a needed advancement. See, that's what I'm saying about all these systems. It be knowledge of shit, and then they disregard some people disregard certain shit. Then other people like, what the fuck? It's the whole system. Why would I not use it? I'm finna go do this shit and do woo, 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 woo. It can play out in different ways. I remember they was talking about the dude who got the same knowledge as what's his name? Elijah Muhammad, right? And Elijah Muhammad, when they got the shit from Noble Drew Ali, not Noble Drew Ali, it was Noble Drew Ali, Elijah Muhammad. I'm paraphrasing, please. And Father Allah, they got all the information and found out like, oh, the black man, black woman, God had, hell yeah, I'm gonna go tell everybody. And Elijah Muhammad was like, no, like, don't do that. They not ready for that. They still on this Jesus shit. We still gotta wing them out. You can't just pop it straight on niggas. Oh, you God, you God. As you can see today, that shit still don't work. But motherfucker had the information and tried to run with it. You know, that didn't work out too good. But Farad Muhammad, Farad Muhammad, when they got the information. Jabari say, uh-oh, this is Sunday service 11. Uh-oh, dealing with the 11th Sephirah. Come on now. You can't understand the tree of life without understanding the tree of knowledge. I say you can't understand the tree of knowledge without understanding the tree of life. Right. This is why it's so important to know the system you're working in. Not just picking and choosing shit. Quality says north. Fortune says east. So many things can be affected by that alone. Do y'all see that? So many things can be affected by that alone, by the direction, in a literal sense, in a figuratively sense. Just that alone changes a lot of shit. And a lot of people are obsessed with Crowley's work and the clip off, obviously. You know what I'm saying? You know that type shit. That's why I'm like, hey, motherfuckers, let's learn some young yoga first. You know what I'm saying? Let's tap into some Western psychology versus yoga psychology, right? Let's get the understanding of the minds first, because you try to go get the deep dive and jumping off into some shit. You don't know what type of shit you're getting into. You just heard it was the dark side, dark side, dark side. And we got melanin, so we can do that. And I'm not saying we can't, but you still need to have a certain level of capacity. All right. So Crowley gives the north as the holy point towards which the operators turn to invoke, instead of the east, which light arises, as is the classical practice. Now, the north is called the place of the greatest symbolic darkness. That's in the Isis thesis, where they're talking about going north to the aurora borealis and that hole in the stratosphere. And there's a hole in the web of Isis that one can ride the cosmic winds and get through. Hold up. So now that we know that the north is called the place of the holy, of the greatest symbolic darkness, which will deal with Osiris, right? The king of the god of the underworld, right? If y'all haven't watched my video, Bobby Hemmett Dropout, for some reason people thought I was dissing Bobby Hemmett. I'm like, what the fuck? You didn't watch the video, because that's definitely not what I'm saying. Bobby Hemmett is a nigga OG. I was saying some people didn't advance with the mindset Bobby helped us attain. They just took word for what Bobby was saying. Bobby wanted you to advance, not be his fucking Bobby Hemmites. He didn't want you to be a Hemite. He wanted you to take the information, update the mind, update the software, and be able to go forward and go on. This is what we do. right? So because it's shit that I did, certain shit I disagree with Bobby Hemming about, and he said his goddamn self the shit that like in his last days of lecturing, he disagreed with shit that he said 5 years before. And he was telling niggas that like the shit that I talked about 10 years ago, I don't agree. Hell, and I was already lecturing for 8 years. I think I over exaggerated the numbers, but you get what I'm saying. Now the North Point is called the place of the greatest and I went through some of that yeah, a Hemite trap, yeah, a Hemite. I went through some of that shit in the Bobby Hemming dropout. So I took all the shit that I learned over the past 10, 11 years, and then boom, at this point where I started reading Agora too, then boom, the point where I ran into Trap Page and started tapping more into the Vedantic system, yoga, and tantric systems, and also some of that cosmic doctrine. And I came to a different realization. Watch that video. It's very fucking long. It's 5 fucking hours, but you can do it. Y'all be here for this whole book read. I'll be over there with y'all too on Trail Page. 6 hours on a chapter of Tifereth, nigga. Quit playing. You can't fake this shit. Y'all really want the information, and y'all really are the information. You become the information, right? I'm okay. I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read the comments in a minute. Now the North is called the place of the greatest symbolic darkness, and is the only holy point of one sect, the Yazidis, or devil worshippers. It is obvious, therefore, that the student who is rash enough to experiment with a battery of 11 knocks and an invocation to the North is not going to contact what most people would consider to be desirable forces. Most people would not consider that cliphotic energy to be a desirable force. Most people would not. Let's be quite honest. Crowley has how Crowley has, however, a remarkable insight to the philosophy of the occultism. And when he expounds this, he is a most illuminating writer. And I, for one, would not wish to minimize my debt to his writings. His practical methods, however, are another matter, and are, in my opinion, too dangerous to meddle with in any shape, form, or any shape or form. Let me read this, y'all. Then I'm gonna check the comments. If I read the signs, all right. If I read the signs, all right, McGarry Mathers, Quali, Regardi, and myself are all working on the same formula. The formula contained in the mysterious cipher MSS, discovered by Mathers. Regardi draws from Mathers via Crowley. I imagine. Okay, let's do that. Let's highlight that. Regardi draws from Mathers via Crowley. I imagine, however, that he is alive to the alterations in the formula that Crowley introduced, for they do not appear in the books. In his books, and the formula he gives are ones familiar to me in the Golden Dawn workings. These I have found to be sound and effectual. Crowley, Crowley's version of them I consider to be a verse in destructive thought. Indestructive, though I cannot speak from personal experience on the subject, as I have never had any dealing with his methods. I have talked with members of people who have, however, and there seem to be no two opinions on this point. After a significant, after a sufficient time has elapsed to allow end results to be seen. Let me check these comments, y'all. Hold up. If you're on Instagram, please come over here. Please come over here to YouTube. All right, let me see what J Bob here said. Oh, damn. Way to go. Way to go. Way to go. At the time, a lot of this was written about the clip off. There wasn't the level of working or the understandings we have now. See, updated systems. He said it was still isn't much, right? Himite. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Panic. I think that nigga a Himite. Yeah, Panic. That nigga's a Himite. Side note. Y'all miss the circle of missing. Check up on my boy. Okay, say less. Say less. You know what? Yeah, because I ain't seen him, bro. I ain't seen my boy Richard T. So you right, you right, you right. A cosmic check-in. Gonna do a cosmic check-in. J Both J Bothell says, in front of in the front of my edition of this book is a quote from Dion. Let's read it. There are things I wrote of spiritualism 20 years ago I would not write today. To cite these against me is to deny human progress. If y'all, obviously a lot of y'all wouldn't follow me in my when I first uploaded my YouTube videos. Listen to my shit. Cause obviously it was just only a year. Like I think December, January made a year. So this is making a year that I've been uploading videos. I don't agree with the first things that I was saying. And I went back and corrected them or updated them. Let me put it like that. I went back and updated it. Right? This is what this shit is about. This is what this shit is about. You got to be able to update your system and be okay with that. That's fine. That's cool because they're showing progress. That's showing progress. Do not quote me. Let's read that her quote again. There are things I wrote of spiritualism 20 years ago I would not write today. To cite these against me is to deny human progress. Come on, man. That's why I fuck with Fortune. Like that's why I say you get some people who are truthful, then you get some people who just want to be right. They don't give a fuck how wrong they are, knowing how wrong they are. They still gonna stick around and do what they do and try to just give you some shit that makes them sound right versus being truthful. Oh yeah, I did say that 20 years ago. That ain't the case no more because it did this and this and this, and this is why. This is how I updated this and this and this and this. It's different. All right. See, we got some weird people being weird over there on Instagram, but it's all good. Talk about a nigga, then you keep watching a nigga. Like, what's up with that? What's watching me? What you watching for then? Uh, damn, what was I at, y'all? Damn, what I leave up at? These I have. Damn, y'all, I done lost my shit. Standing on principle, integrity, right? Integrity, and that is cosmic P. These I have found to be a sound and effectual. College visions, versions of them. I can see. Okay, we read that. But while I entirely disassociate myself from Crowley's method, I would not wish to minimize his contribution on the occult literature, which is of the highest value. From his books, the advanced student who knows how to read between the lines and refine the gold from the dross can learn an immense amount. And if our interest is limited to an author's writing, we need not concern ourselves with his personal character or private life. Do you hear that? Let's read that again. Let's read that again. I would not wish to minimize his contributions to the occult literature, which is of the highest value. From his books, the advanced student who knows how to read between the lines and refine the gold from the dross can learn an immense amount. And if our interest is limited to an author's writing, we need not concern ourselves with his personal character, private life. I give no fucks what niggas do in their personal life. I give no fucks what people do in their personal life. Is their information useful and appropriate? Can you use their information to advance and have further along self-realizations? Is it possible? If so, keep that shit P and stand on it and keep it moving. I don't give a fuck what you do in your personal life. I don't give a fuck what R. Kelly did in his personal life. He make hits. Give a fuck what Diddy did in his personal life. He made hits. I don't want to deal with him on a personal level. Don't care. Whatever comes for him comes for him. And I don't mean in a bad way only. I mean good too. Whatever it is, that's his personal life. I care not. That made somebody drop off right there. That's fine. Because I care not. I care not. What can I use that's useful and appropriate with the information that you can't, that a motherfucker given? That made 3 people drop off right there, but it's okay. It's okay. When you finish listening to this tape, it'll be the last time that you hear from a bad guy like me. So fuck you, cockroaches, the media and the government. Do you know what a pig is? Do you know what's the name is? It's a pig that don't fly straight. But it's okay. It's okay. Now, if you grew up in the South and knew the Master P, the Last Done album, that's the intro. But that's another thing. One of the most difficult problems in occultism today concerns the question of authority. What constitutes a genuine initiation? And what does a genuine occult order consist? Who and where are the masters? We need to answer all of these questions in equivocally into define she's often to say into define standards of judgment before we can put one foot before another on the path. I do not propose in these pages to discuss these questions in detail, for I have done so elsewhere, but I shall make a definite attempt to define a standard of judgment in occult matters that shall enable an opinion to be formed in specific cases. Let's see what she says. Let's read the comment. Go. Trav says hit factory. Facts. Facts. That's all I can say. Facts. The beat goes on. Facts. The beat goes on. Hold up. No, hold up. Let me get. I'm gonna go down. That made somebody drop off. Milo said something key. If you're being genuine and being true to self, them others dropping off isn't a loss. It's an alignment. Fact. All my elementals are winners. Shout out. I'll say all my elementals. All my elementals are winners. Shout out to my dog Milo. That's an alignment, right? Because some people identify so heavy with this shit. That's what I'm saying. Some people desire to identify for shit to be a certain way. We in Prakriti, shit changes. All we here to do is locate the subtle patterns and connect the goddamn dots for our alignment and self-realization that we are the drasta. We are the observer. We're not here to cast judgment because everything here is God. There's nothing else to be. Listen to what I'm saying. There's nothing else to be here but God. God is the only thing that exists and that will ever exist. And I mean that in to speak to the people on the religious aspect and the people on the occult aspect. There's the only thing that can ever exist is God. Everything is that. So all the shit that the people that you don't like, oh, that's God too. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't get that, then you not, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what you learning. Maybe this occult shit is entertainment for you. This occult should be entertainment for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people not doing it for self-realization. I don't know if you bored or something or what, or maybe you're trying to escape from the realities of life or whatever the fuck you trying to do. Trying to act like you don't want to acquire certain things in life. That's what I use the word acquire. I'm not here to own shit. I'm here to acquire and enjoy what the fuck I can while I'm here because life is not so serious once you understand it. I don't know. I was listening to one of them swimmers. They were talking about Vivekananda and how he was so childish and funny. He's like, because once you have real realization of this shit is funny. This shit is fun. This is not a dreadful life that I live. Everything around you is God. Everything is God. You are God. It's only one. Under the illusion of limitation called Maya. You watching a projector screen, you watching yourself on a movie screen, and you already know what's gonna happen, buddy. See what I'm saying? Wayne M says those were dream characters. And I think Wayne Ben put that shit. I missed that. Damn. Jay says all can't go to higher heights, but eventually they will, though. Jay, they have to. But in this incarnation, a lot of people won't be, and that's okay. They're just gonna take the longest path, but they gonna take that path either way it go. Zero says SOP. If God is real, Satan is too. If Satan is real, God is too. Different ends of the same pole. There are no differences. What did we talk about in the mystical Kabbalah? What Dion Fortune say? The religions like to make God and devil like they battling each other, but like, see, that's imbalance. That creates imbalance. That creates no middle point. So you got, it should be more like Shiva Brahman and Shiva Brahman and God damn, why I'm forgetting all the names today. Shiva Brahman and who, y'all? Somebody drop it in the chat. Shiva Brahman and fuck. Not Rudra. Man, fuck it, man. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. You laugh because of cosmic joke. Vishnu, yeah, Vishnu. Yeah, you laugh because of cosmic joke called illusion. That's it. Once you figure that shit out, that shit don't hurt. Yeah, that shit don't hurt no more. Life don't hurt no more, bro. Once you have that real realization, this spiritual shit is an idea. Okay, damn. I'm reading Trav comment. He just dropped in what I'm saying. But this spiritual shit, bro. I take it serious, but at the same time, it's fun. Because I understand what I'm doing. I'm not out looking for something. I'm being attracted to what I already am. So when I read books, when I'm listening in on Trav Live, when I'm reading books, I'm not reading to make sure every word is this and this and that, and I can perfectly repeat it. I'm looking to get an understanding. I'm reading to get an understanding. I'm reading to see what the fuck is gonna pop out. That's gonna be like, oh, that's it. That's what I'd experience. Oh, this is that. Oh, that makes sense because this is that. That's what I'm doing this shit for. It's these aha moments, right? It's these aha moments. Generator, opera. Yeah, Satan is an idea, right? So Satan's an idea. Facts. Satan's an idea, right? Man made the gods. What do they say? You get your ass up there. I put a video or two. Like, you get your ass up there and they ask you, do you believe in a gods? If your ass say yes or no, you probably got a problem waiting for you. Trinity over duality, right? God is the innermost spirit, the Atman. The devil is the physical body, the mediator between the spirit and the devil. The devil is the devil is the soul. The devil is the soul, is liquid body, is the astral body. Well, see, it's the terminologies that be getting used because I do understand because these are occult terminologies that get used, right? When you get talked about the Baphomet and all this and that. So those are symbols to what? To identify something. The polarity of God. Not saying anything is evil, and I'm not even saying that's what you saying, because obviously you typing, I can't understand everything that you're saying and the intent behind what you're saying. What I'm saying for those that's watching, this is a polarity of something, right? And one getting put in regard as the most desirable one and the least desirable one. So that's where we end up becoming like, oh, the I ain't never reincarnate no more. I ain't never coming back down here no more. And this is we getting overruled by the archons. The archons, this, the what's not just the archons, what's the other one? How do I'm forgetting all these names? I don't even be on that shit no more. The demiurge. The demiurge doing this and the demiurge doing that, and we in trap. We in a slavery to we getting milked by the archons and this like, and that kind of creates that type of understanding, right? But when you see that it is all one, it's nothing else. There's nothing else. When you look at the tree as the map to understand the territory, that helps. You see what I'm saying? Then we create the philosophy and the words to go along with it to describe it, right? Yes, truly. Damn, hold up. Yeah, it's totally true. Even the tragedies don't get to you more than what we really are. Don't get you more than what you really are. Creator, preserver, destroyer, generator, operator, destroyer, right? Man is a tenery of spirit, soul, and body. God is the inner spirit of man. The devil is the physical body. The mediator between God and the devil is the soul, whose fluidic body is an astral body. Let's see here. The devil, Satan, is just the ego. And even the ego is useful and appropriate. Because what does the ego do, y'all? The ego identifies. That's it. So, knocking down in simpler terms, the ego identifies. So in that case, the devil only identifies what's going on in manifest reality, which is a need, right? We need to be able to identify things around when we gotta walk left foot in front of right foot in front of left foot, pick up a glass of water, right? Pick up a book and read, right? Use language, right? You use our eyes, right? Use our five senses, right? The ego needs that. Well, that is the ego. The ego needs that to discern, right? That's the only way we can have experiences. Authority. Okay, now she's gonna get into authority, right? And it's a coach shit. Let's see what she has to say about this. Authority. Hold on. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Okay. We're in that second paragraph right here at the top. Authority, which is wrapped in mystery, is a thing that is singularly liable to abuse, and it is very difficult to see how in the absence of persecution. So this is what I like to talk about with this spiritual shit, right? So I noticed because there's a lot of people that get into this shit, and you can tell, like, and I'm gonna just be quite frank, you can tell like they was super lame, right? And or not even see, I want to like use lame in the term of the normal sense that niggas use in the streets, right? So they went through some shit that truly damaged their ego, right? And then they get into this shit, and now there's no authority over here in this spiritual shit. Nobody can tell them, hey, you doing this wrong. That ain't what we're supposed to do. You ain't supposed to be doing it, then this and this and that. They come over here and they take advantage of people, and they like to shit on everybody else. Like they the only one got the right information, and you can tell they really suffer from low self-esteem, right? They really ain't done the inner work, and they suffer from low fucking self-esteem and try to make themselves look superior, right? Because they're when you get into this occult shit, ain't nobody making nobody go through no real deal initiations, right? That's not happening. So ain't no authority over here, so they can wop, 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 and do their thing on YouTube and shit on everybody else and talk about everybody else. And then tell everybody else they doing shit wrong. And it's like, bro, I see what's the fuck is actually going on out here. It makes sense because ain't no authority over here. Let's see what she had to say. I'm trying to say super lame. I know what you mean. So, because I started reading some of these what's the name books, and these Vedic books, and they use the term lame as well. And I think lame just mean a person who's not self-aware. Then I'm like, damn. Matter of fact, once we use that in the streets, when we say lame, that's damn near the same thing. That person lame, not lame because they don't do the shit that we do. They just not aware of how this shit works. It's the human condition. Ah, okay, okay. So let's see what she says about this authority shit. He said that's a lot of people sadly, right? See, you know what I'm saying? That's what attracted me to Trav page. You see what I'm saying? That's what attracted me to Trav page. Yeah, that's what attracted me to Bobby. That's what attracted me to Panic. Panic talk that shit, but yeah, I know what you mean too on Roll the Flame. Panic talk that shit too, but he made a connection with the grassroots. Why did he make a connection with grassroots? Right? A lot of people probably couldn't take the way he talked. It probably offended them, but he connected with the grassroots, and that nigga really cared. You see what I'm saying? That nigga really cared, and he wasn't on some follow me shit. Like I'm the only one that got the real information. Like you didn't get that from Panic. I didn't get that from Panic. The people that I know that listen to Panic didn't get that from Panic. Didn't get that from Bobby. I'm not the only one that know the only thing that can ever exist, nigga. Hell no. It's about you and you getting your self realization. See what I'm saying? Real shit. Real shit. That enlightenment is making a super lame into super hip. Now they're cool because they got information everybody else ain't got. And they know niggas won't read the books that they've read. You see what I'm saying? Come on, man. That's the type shit that's going on. Lame is simple minded. Okay, okay. That's what I was thinking too. Simple minded. Not up on game, right? Young or whatever. Carl Young or whatever. Let's see. Authority is wrapped in mystery. Wrapped in mystery is a thing that is singularly liable to abuse, and it is very difficult to see how. In the absence of persecution, it can have any justification, right? So anybody can justify anything because ain't nobody to persecute them. When occultism had to be pursued at the risk of life and liberty, it was a different matter. There we go, nigga. Here we go. I'm gonna highlight that. When occultism had to be pursued at the risk of life and liberty, it was a different matter. But why in the name of the common sense? But why in the name of common sense should any occult organization burrow underground at this present day? Individuals may find it wise to conceal their interests for professional or social reasons, but it is difficult to see why any professed occult teacher should make a secret of his doings, save for the reason that human nature loves a mystery. In a medicum of hold on, the theatrically, I know it's theatrics, but god damn it, of consideration. Let's read this again, okay? But it is difficult to see why any professed occult teacher should make a secret of his doings, save the reason that human nature loves a mystery. In a medium of theatrical enhances his prestige. I don't know, Trav. Maybe I need to steer your look and get more mystical around this motherfucker. But the dedicated initiator and none other is worthy of consideration. Look upon esoteric science as a philosophy and a religion, and has no use for such banalities. But she's saying some words I just can't keep scripting them, y'all. Banalities. J Bothell too. I've been seeing J Bothell video. That shit looks creepy, and I like it, my nigga. Them the type of video soon people pop that shit over and they be like, Jesus is our Lord and Savior. Banalities. Banal. A fact or condition of being banal. Unoriginality. Leaving them to the quack who finds in mystery mongering an affectional form of publicity. We just talked about them. We may take a sponge then and wipe clean off the slate of any individual or organization which cannot or will not put the cards on the table and will reveal its attendances. Man, what the fuck is AN? Let's see. Let's spell this out. ANTECED. Attendance. Hold up.
Antecedent.
Antecedent, which means a thing or an event that existed before or logically precedes another. So we may take the sponge then and wipe clean off the slate any individual or organization which cannot or will not put the cards on the table and reveal its antecedent. Right? It is an unfortunate thing that popular taste has been fed on occult marvels so such an extent that the wholesome fare of actual fact has become repugnant to it. Unless the spiritual ancestry of an order or an initiator is remote, both in time and space, there is no prestige. The charlatan takes advantage of this, and it reaps the harvest of claim, which it is as impossible for us to examine as it is for him to sustain. Whatever it may be in the East, the lines of contact on the physical plane in the West have been so utterly broken and destroyed with historical time that they have to be pieced together like ancient pottery. Right? I'm missing some shit, y'all. I think the lame is a medical term meaning not able to walk. There's two groups of three with the sublime coronation of the seventh tongue of fire. Lame. Lame. Knowledge but no application. Damn. Okay. Knowledge with no application. Talk the talk and not walk the walk. You see what she just said, right? How we actually, oh yeah, shout out to Jay Bothell. Like, it's so much that we've gotten over here. And remember Bobby talking about that shit. Like, you can't study one system. You can't just study the Egyptian system. You just can't study the Ephah system. You can't just study the Dogon system. You can't just study the yoga system. You can't just study the Celtic system. You can't just study the fucking Kabbalah. We gotta do all of this shit. That's our job over here. We in this occult shit. We building up our library of correspondences. We building up our library of correspondences. That's what we're doing. Because it's pieced. You got to put the pieces back together. And that's what this occult shit has got to be. Is connecting the dots. Experience prove, however, that when a certain amount of piecings have been done and the pattern appears, it is possible for the psychic to pick up the interplane contacts and reforge the link. This is what is actually done in modern mysteries. God damn it, I ain't even get that far. I know what I'm talking, obviously, but let's highlight that. That's what actually was being done in a zero says the union of the pieces, right? Because an initiator or an organization claims descent from the Himalayan Brotherhood of the Rosicrucians or any other of the much advertised secret orders. Bro, do y'all know the Rosicrucians is recruiting on Facebook? You can go sign up now. Yeah. You can go sign up now. It does not follow that the descent is by an unbroken line of tradition on the physical plane. Neither does it follow, even if there is such line of descent that claims that the claim is invalid. It is possible for an occultist of a certain degree of development to pick up the psychic contacts of the greater inner planes organization and to be working under their influence. When this occurs, very curious things happen on the physical plane. And the worker finds that he is constantly picking up the broken fragments of the tradition to which he is dedicated. In my own experience, I can see on the looking back that for at least 3 years before I came into touch with it on the physical plane, I was working on the context of the order into which I was finally received. Now, is it by chance that you study these type of shits here, buddy? Is it by mere chance? Is it a coincidence that you niggas is into this type shit? I think not. Your whole life has been pushing you here. Your whole life has been pushing you to this shit. Your past life has been pushing you to this shit. Simple law of cause and effect, buddy. Simple law of cause and effect. In my own experience, I can see on looking back that for at least 3 years before I came in touch with it on the physical plane, I was working on the context of the order which I was finally received. Now check this out. Now, if you knew you did something, what I was gonna say, you probably I don't think nobody reading that shit, no way. But remember that sigil I kept talking about that I received prior to running the Trav channel and prior to us reading the Cosmic Doctrine. And something hit me. It's like, oh shit, when I actually got this sigil, it was at a dreamless sleep state. I remember nothing from the dream at all. At all. Not like, damn, I know. I remember nothing at all. I went into a dreamless sleep state, a unconscious sleep state. But I came back with that motherfucking sigil. It's the same shit that she got inside the Cosmic Doctrine. This was not the November just passed, but the November before. I received that sigil and got an understanding of it now, right? I have an understanding of what that sigil is now. I was already in contact. And it comes on these subtle levels. When I went into that dreamless sleep. Y'all seen the video I had just posted before I put this one up. And if y'all, I think y'all there for that live stream that um something about knowing yourself. Who are you? If it wasn't who are you, it may have been the 3 tips from spiritual hero to spiritual, from spiritual zero to his spiritual hero. And I broke that down and like what's my theory on what's actually going on when you actually are having dreamless sleep. That's probably that latent period where the information is being transferred back to Purusha, to the soul, to consciousness, right? And I use the metaphor of filming the movie, picking the cast, filming the movie, and then finally editing the movie, and then sending the movie off to be approved, and then gets to the point where it gets to get put on the screen and be watched. And there's a latent period between all of that, right? So that was my theory on dealing with the dreamless sleep and REM sleep. And how sometimes we come back with information. And sometimes it's just a sigil. Sometimes it's a symbol. And that symbol is going to unlock shit for you. Believe that. Believe that, partner. Because, boy, so many breakthroughs has happened since that sigil has came into my life. And then to finally get to the Cosmic Doctrine reading. Nigga. These contexts are also picked up in different points. These contexts are also picked up at different points on the 2 occasions when they had been totally served on the physical plane. One appears to be running on the invisible rails when once the context of one of the great fraternities had been picked up. This is a large body of testimony to bear witness to this fact. There is a large body of testimony to bear witness to this fact. An occult order might be likened to the iceberg, of which 1/7 floats above the surface of the water and the rest is submerged. 6/7 of the occult work is performed on the inner planes. Do you hear that? Let's highlight that. We should know that, right? My niggas. An occult order might be likened to an iceberg, which the 1/7 floats above the water and the rest is submerged. The 6/7 of occult is performed on the inner planes. And of that, 5/6, hold up, and of that, 5/6 consist of subjective experiences. The non-gross reality, the opposite of the objective reality. The vital thing then for any student or initiator is to have the inner planes contacts of a valid order. Given these, the outer aspect will begin to crystallize around it, and in the same way as the pearl is laid down layer by layer around the grain of sand and the oyster shell. But although the inner plane context is the vital nucleus, any student or initiator would be in poor way if he had no body of mundane knowledge to draw upon. See, we don't have to go through orders today. That type of order. You don't have to go through that type of order today. We have understanding that life itself is the initiation. See what I'm saying? Life itself is the initiation. But you got a guru, right? You got a guru. But the guru gives you what you need for you to go back and do the work on self. That's how you get a Bobby. That's how you get a Panic. That's how you get a Travis Majors. That's how you get a Gnosis. Let's see. It's also anagram. Man, I guess Flame is missing female union. Damn. Don't fuck with Trav. Let's see. The vital thing for any student or initiator is to have the inner plane context of a valid order. Given these, the outer aspect will begin to crystallize around it in the same way as the pearl is laid layer by layer around the grain of sand of oysters shells. But that's not also to say, like, nigga, you know what I'm saying? You need to have a practice and pick a practice. What did she say in the mystical Kabbalah? Don't be flip flopping back and forth from all these. You doing this, and then you're doing this, then you're doing OTO, then you're doing young yoga, then you do mystical Kabbalah, then you doing Celtic magic, then you doing wicked shit. Like, my nigga, my nigga. But although the inner plane contact is the vital nucleus, any student or initiate should be in a poor way if he had no body of mundane knowledge to draw upon. The occult systems are also incarnate and also detailed for their psychic discernment to be a practical matter. A great body of tradition exists, though scattered and concealed, and the student in whom the inner eye is open can penetrate its significance when he studies it. What did I say? That's how I read. To, to use my mind's eye, my third eye, to pick up on the subtleties. That's what we read for. Learning is done subconsciously. That's what we read for. Yes, nigga got a YouTube here, so a nigga gonna talk, but it's not. That's an effect of the cause. The cause is to find self enlightenment, brother. The effect is that why not? If I'm already a nigga who talks and this and that and wants to relay it to other people and meet other people alike, and I'm not camera shy, and I did music before. I used my throat chakra before, no homo, and I used it before to reach people through music. Why would the fuck would I not do it now? It only makes sense. So this is an effect of the cause, nigga. But read the books to bring something out of you that you didn't know was there. If he aims at being an initiator and training students, it is necessary that he should codify this knowledge and reduce it to an intelligible system. Best believe it's getting codified over here. Stand up. That's why I'm talking about Cosmic P. It's gonna be the same shit in different ways, in an updated way in my terminology of the way that I speak and that I think that will reach certain people. But it's gonna be the cosmic principles, nigga. There's no way around it. It's the same source of information. The map might change, right? The map may be updated, but it's the same goddamn territory. The value of an occult school depends in large measure on the manner in which this purely mundane work has been done. Shout out to Trav, man. Shout out to Trav. To the Major Society. To the Order of the Phoenix. I motherfucking Shay. The ancient wisdom must be correlated with the modern thought if its significance is to be made and available for the student. This is what's going on here. It should be understood what's going on here. An occult school, she's giving some game. Let me pay attention. An occult school then needs to contain psychics who have the living contacts and scholars who have the relevant knowledge. Giving these two things, ancient characters. Where my pen at? Can't find my goddamn pen. I still put an X with a highlighter with a marker. An occult school then needs to contain psychics who have the living contacts and scholars who have the relevant knowledge. Given these two things, ancient charters are of little significance, for unless the living contacts are there, and unless the system has been kept up to date generation by generation, charters may be nothing. Charters may be nothing but gravestone marking the burial place of a dead faith. Mystical organizations are not long-lived things. They seldom survive. The generation that had personal contact with the founder, as soon as the original impulse loses its momentum, senility, I don't know how to say that word, so let's look it up. Senility is what I think it is, but let's see.
Senility.
Damn, that bitch talk different.
Senility.
Senility, so I was right. Senility is an outdated term. Is an outdated term that refers to the mental and physical decline associating with aging, especially the deterioration of cognitive beliefs. So the deterioration sets in, and they have to be reborn amid throes unspeakable. Old bottles will seldomly hold new wine. Do you hear that? Old bottles will seldomly hold new wine, and reform usually takes place by schisms rather than by expansion and restatement. Come on, man. Let's read these comments. There's 3 steps of initiating. First one is avenue with sexual birth. 2, Tiff the mystical, psychological, and ego. I don't like use ego death, but I'm gonna read what you say. God damn it, it's pushing comments down. And 3rd is Kether, selfless sacrifice for humanity, given the teachings. The hierarchy. Damn it. Hold up. The hierarchy is initiates, angels, archangels, principalities, virtues, powers, dominions, thrones, cherubim, holy creatures. Bobby Hemmett said the black race was a suffering from senility. How you say it again?
Senility.
Bobby Hemmett said the race was suffering from senility. Facts. That is facts. That is fucking facts. And what was his thing? We been here too goddamn long. You just forgot every goddamn thing. That's why I feel like we at this point where it gets to this point of extremes, and it eventually pushes motherfuckers to say, fuck this shit down here. Fuck it. And the only way to get through this shit down here is coming through acceptance. And we know all the shit that we got to go through, right? And understand that this here too is divine. Not just trying to run because we sick of paying bills and patriotism and rainbow flags that everybody don't agree with, and gun violence and police and Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and all that shit. But Baba used to always say, ultimately, everybody going to the same place. Everybody gets to go. Everybody gets to go because this heaven and this earth too shall pass. Physical world, the ethereal world, the astral world, the mental world, the causal world, the Buddhic world, the atmic world, the nirvana prana, nirvana, the mahapara nirvana, the empyrean. Hey man, where have you been the whole time? And I've been over here fucking up words. You know I know who you are. You working 3 pages right now, sir. Where were you at when I was over here fucking up the word? Where was your antennas when they was in here stealing shit? I don't know if you seen Friday After Next. Donna, Donna, pimp down, pimp in distress. What was your antennas when they was in here stealing shit? Your eyes ain't just supposed to be hazel. They supposed to do some goddamn work around here. Your presence is dismissed. Goodbye. Hold up, trap. It's a hard way to say what needs to be said at the right time instead of overwhelming people with right. You know, MAGA is short for Krav Maga, Jewish martial arts. God damn. Well, he doing some mental martial arts on the goddamn word. I tell you that. Why you left the little homie on stuck? Come on, Rose of Flame. Why you leave me on stuck, homie? I ain't leave the homie on stuck. Look, see, here you go now. Look at him now. Motherfucker hopping from name. This motherfucker can hop into different realities. No joke. My computer going slow, and I've been listening with my eyes closed, but trying to pop in. It's all love, J Pop here. It's all love, bro. Let's get on to it, y'all. If we seek the roots of living, if we seek the roots of living spiritual experience, we are unwise to look for it along the lines of organized physical plane tradition. All right, y'all. You get into it. I'm tired of this shit, nigga. Hey, he sprung on his ass and tried to take off. Bro, Three Strikes is a classic, bro. Three Strikes is a fucking classic, bro. Bro, remember when he pulled up on a girl? Damn, I forgot the big black dude name. LeFaison pulled up on a girl walking down the street, talking about she just got fired from the chicken strip. She dressed like a prostitute, blonde hair, a little small. What's her name? Shorts. He pull up on her and shit. Like, where you going, baby? You know, get in the car with me. Cause ain't no telling what type of monstrous freaks out here in the streets. He was like, I only live a block away. He was like, it don't matter. He said, baby, I don't care if you lived in Beijing. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Bro, classic, classic movie, y'all. If you haven't seen Three Strikes, man. One of the messages I typed from my computer earlier, damn near shut it down. Damn. Alpha motherfucker. Hey, remember he said, my daddy right here, he sleep. Man, that nigga ain't gonna hear shit. I slap my balls across his old ass face. You what? He said I be damn. What he say, damn? What he say? I used to say that shit all the time. Fuck it, bro. I'm finna go into all these goddamn movies. Hold up, y'all. If we seek The roots of living spiritual experience. We are unwise to look for it along the lines of organized, plain tradition. I gotta search that shit now. Y'all here? Y'all rocking out? Hold up, three strikes.
20.
Oh, hold up, y'all. 180. Cause you know they'll goddamn get you for that shit. Why you little homie on stuff? Why you didn't leave a little homie nothing, nigga? You was supposed to pick me up anyway. Ignore your motherfucking voice. You were supposed to pick me up anyway. You still left little homie on stuff. Slave. His ass in the flame. You had nothing to do with that, man. Lure your own. Homie pick me up. We get pulled over by the police. He gets out the car. I mean what? Blue catch him, but they whooped his ass, yo. Hey, bro, y'all don't know how funny this is. A black classic, bro. Oh my god, bro. All right, let's finish. Oh shit, bro. If we seek the roots of living spiritual experience, let's see. Let's check over here. All right. If we seek the roots of living spiritual experience, we are unwise to look for it in the long lines of organized physical plane tradition. The wind bloweth where it listeth, not where it is chartered by established authority. The real line of contact, here we go. The real line of contact is a personal one. In the works in a very peculiar but very definite way. So, what we talking about two for, David? David just dropped two. It looks like Create the Life You Want seems to be the winning book. Seems to be the winning book, y'all. Um, the connecting thread of the slenderest, yet nevertheless, it is there. It is the grain of a leaven that was worked into the 7 measures of meal minute, indisposable and effectual. Excuse me. This indispensable physical plane link appears to consist in a personal meeting between the seeker and someone who possesses the inner plane contacts. In every record of the foundation of an order, we read of a meeting between its founder and an illumined teacher who gave him his contacts by virtue of his personal magnetism. Abraham, the father of the spiritual Israel, met that mysterious figure, Melchizedek, who came to him bearing bread and wine for the first Eucharist. Jesus, on the eve of his ministry, sought out John the Baptist. Right? Jesus was already what he was going to be and what he was, but he had to go see John the Baptist, the last of the prophets of Israel. Christian Rosicrucians traveled to the Donakar of Damascus in search of an initiator. Abram Meline found the promised instructor among the hermits of the Egyptian desert. Rudolf Steiner met his teacher in the Black Forest. Madame Blavatsky met a certain Indian adept in Kensington Gardens during the Jubilee celebrations. McGregor Mathers found the mysterious cipher manuscripts and communicated with an address contained therein. But let it be clearly noted that the personal contact with an initiated depth through the turning point of each career was no more than a clue that had to be unraveled. Madame Blavatsky had to write her books and build up her organization. McGregor Mathers used his unique scholarship to get visible body and form to the system of which he received no more than the keys. In each case, the greatness of work accomplished depended upon the caliber of the worker. There must be many who contacted the teacher of the great pioneers and no doubt received enlightenment according to their capacity. Let's highlight that. Your capacity. I hear a lot of shit when I'm looking up Vivekananda and Sri Ramakrishna and how like some niggas get showed up looking for enlightenment. Yeah, they get to busting up on Sri Ramakrishna. Oh my God, holy beloved Krishna, this and this and this and that, this and this and that, enlightenment, this and that. And he'd be like, yes, there's the yes. Have you been to the river? Have you seen the plants? Have you seen the trees? You look hungry. You should go get something to eat. Thank you. Push their ass right along. But when he seen Vivekananda, it was something different. When he ran into Vivekananda, it was something different. Vivekananda was questioning this shit. And saying, man, that shit's stupid. What they talking about, bro? That shit, they niggas in there talking about God is this and that. How can God be this and that? How can God be the devil? How can God be in the heavens and on earth? How can the earth be divine? Man, this nigga talking. That's how he said he ran into Vivekananda. Vivekananda was talking that shit. Vivekananda could have had a YouTube back then and talking that shit to niggas. 1800s. Yeah, the 1800s. But there must have been many who contacted the teachers of these great pioneers and no doubt received enlightenment according to their capacity, but who built nothing in the way of an organization and left no mark on the world. God damn. But be it noted also that each of these systems thus founded had wrought into their structure the inherent weakness of their founders. And these weaknesses formed the lines of fissure along which they ultimately crumbled. They ultimately crumbled. Formed the lines of fissure along with what the fuck? See, these reprint books, man. And these weaknesses formed the lines of fissure along which they ultimately crumbled. Madame Blavatsky had very little discernment where human character was concerned. Oh, that shit just made me lightheaded. And though her devotion to her ideals was unquestioned, she was singularly unwise in her policy and unscrupulous in her methods. Damn. Hey Siri, define unscrupulous.
Unscrupulous means having or showing no moral principles, not honest or fair.
Unscrupulous. Madame Blavatsky was very unscrupulous. You've seen her works and you've heard about that bitch, and she got some good shit. And some of that shit is useful and appropriate. It just is, but that has nothing. Fuck her character. Was the information useful and appropriate? But nonetheless, she did talk some nasty shit. Word around town is she got my boy Pascal Beverly Randolph knocked off. The back, the back, the Back to Blavatsky movement in its condemnation of modern theosophy would do well to remember that the weeds to which they are putting the sickle are but the full growth of the seed she sowed in her unwisdom and lack of principle. Ooh. Hey, what my boy just say? Hold up. The Jabal said, I'm sick of this bullshit. Oh, Wayne say, what Wayne just say? Love how Dion be dissing with such elegance, right? With such elegance. Call the mother call a motherfucker on the street unscrupulous, unscrupulous, unscrupulous. T.O. Hey man, you always come at the end, my nigga, but you never fail to show up. Stand on motherfucking principle. It's always my guy. She said, do McGregor Mathers too. She going in. So she's saying Blavatsky lacked, she had unwisdom and lacked principle, right? We not over here, we standing on P. McGregor Mathers too, who had no other source of income than his esoteric school, steadily weakened it and finally broke up by his suspiciousness and exclusiveness. That ain't what we gonna do over here. We ain't dying poor righteous teachers over here. Y'all support, y'all show up when product and services start showing. Y'all pay and help because like why not? Why would we not help the people? Why would we not? Why would I not buy a panic book when panic is selling books? Why would I not take a panic course? Why would I not get a panic love ball? Why would I not get a panic pack? Why would I not take Travis Major's elemental course? Why would I not when he going live and he doing live readings? Why would I not support? See what I'm saying? Why would I not if Trav came out with a product? Why would I not if he got a membership service? Why would I not subscribe? This motherfucker is giving me information that helps illuminate me and my soul. He's talking the talk that talks to me. He's walking the walk that walks the walk with me. Why would I not? You know how much information they say John Henry Clark and what's the name gave us, bro? Nobody supported them, bro. They let them die, poor, broke, inside of a fucking old folks home, and nobody cared about them. And they gave all those black folks this information. Don't be that type of person, bro. Don't be that type of person. Don't be that type of person. If you fuck with a nigga and you got $1 or two, fuck it. My cash app is in my goddamn bio. If not, it's still okay because y'all showing up and supporting. I'm not tripping, but like, I'm that type of nigga. Somebody's bringing value, period. I'm socking it to their pocket if I can and when I can. I do that. I rock like that. I move like that. Don't be not like that. Let's see. Timing is unscripted. Hold up. Damn. It'll pull up the shit and take it away. We should update diabolical to unscrupulous. That is, bro, that shit is unscrupulous. You niggas don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Or people, human beings in general. You pay for everything else. You pay for a subscription that you find useful. Why not sock it to the pocket or be labeled unscrupulous? Come around here, you're going to be labeled unscrupulous. Dion Fortune is a woman. Of course she's a woman. Let me die. That's crazy work. Totally true. Trav is the best teacher out here on YouTube. Seriously. Facts. Zero. Say, oh, SOP. Quickly support the OnlyFans girls, though. Quickly support that your foot fetish. Quickly support the girl that's throwing that ass. You quickly support that. But when it comes to shit like this, it's like, oh, what do you think? What do you process in your mind? I don't know. I could, but that didn't take me to her. She was enlightened because she practiced sexual maggot with her spouse. But we can go so far without mystical deaths of the ego. Where was we at? Okay. From these observed facts, we learn several things that are of importance to us in forming our standard of judgment. See, they put of judgment as one word. I had to decipher that. From these observed facts, we can learn several things that are of importance to us in forming our standard of judgment. We learn firstly that the physical tradition, save insofar as it consists of the written word which can be studied, is not of supreme importance. because the real value of long line spiritual lineage is in the group mind of the inner planes, and this can be picked up by psychic contact, even by those who are not heirs of the mundane line of inheritance. Do you hear that? Moreover, the legal heirs may not lamentably fail to keep the channels open, and so be blind leaders of the blind. Function, not charter, alone gives a right to work with the mysteries. Secondly, we learn that it is not enough to cry, Lord, Lord, loudly and persistently. There must be an adequate equipment of scholarship and organization on a physical plane to enable the spiritual forces to find a channel. It has been truly said that the power of endurance of faith depends entirely upon its literature. All the great faiths have their nucleus, a book, a Bible, or Quran, or the Upanishads. Whatever spiritual teacher relies upon oral teaching leaves no permanent record behind him. There must be a book, a mystical or a holy book, which speaks not to reason and intelligence, but to intuition and faith. The specific statements of the neo-theosophical literature of the Besnett Ledbetter school, which attempt to enlighten and convince the conscious mind, are not the center around which the movement found by Madame Blavatsky is rallying its shattered forces. It is the secret doctrine, which is the sacred book that will hold the movement together long after the lives of Acholi, the life of Achelon, have been mercifully forgotten. There must be a book written under the influence of a powerful spiritual inspiration, which forms the permanent nucleus of any movement that is to survive its founder. Such a book exalts the consciousness of those who read it and puts them in psychic touch with the sources whence the inspiration came. They are able to work independently. People are never satisfied to be spoon fed indefinitely. And unless a system is able to give them these living contacts, it will fail to hold any but the young souls. And of such a movement cannot be built. It will be interesting to see whether the mass of Rudolf Steiner's writings will afford such a book for his students. I am inclined to doubt whether they are quite of the caliber McGregor Mathers left behind him, the superb rituals of the Golden Dawn. And these, with their mass of symbolism and magical effectualness, form a inexhaustible mine of the inspiration to the initiates of his tradition, which in consequence rekindles its fires when there are eyes to see. She said that shit about Mathers, and then here we go. Like she's saying what she gotta say, but she still gotta respect the P, right? Hold up. Then Rudolph Steiner caught them scrays. He definitely caught them scrays with a K. Them scrays. Caught that boy them scrays. We have inspirational nucleuses in the cosmic doctrine. I was in contact with the cosmic doctrine before I ever knew there was a book called the Cosmic Doctrine. On the dreamless state, I ran into the cosmic doctrine. It's a reason why I fuck with Dion now. Shout out to this nigga right here, Mr. Motherfucking Travis Mages, LVX777. Like, comment, and subscribe. We have an inspirational nucleus in the cosmic doctrine. We also connect up with the golden dawn contacts. It has been our endeavor from from the first to make our system self-acting and independent of personal teaching. So it's eventually gonna have to get to a point where there's gonna be self-acting and independent of personal teaching, which obviously gonna be through the text. But now we live in a time, will it be done through the internet? Will these videos live on his YouTube channel, on Travis Majors' YouTube channel? Do they get to go into what we call the Akasha, the Akashic records? I say yes. I say the internet is a part of the Akashic records on the different plane. People don't like when I say that. Never mind. It has been our endeavor from the first to make ourself system acting independent of personal teaching. At the present moment, it is somewhat like an arterial road in the course of construction. There are long stretches of broad highways, and there are bottlenecks and narrow bridges where construction work is going on. We believe, however, that we have the necessary nucleus of permanency. Per, permanency. Yeah, permanency. Like I had a um you know what I mean, in our system. And that it will survive the generations that saw its beginning. It will survive the generations that saw its beginning and permit of the expansion necessary to adapt it to the needs of the future generation because it depends upon the method of permanency. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, yeah, permanence. Permanence. Curve, where the fuck you been at, nigga? A permanency. A permanency in our system. And that it will survive the generation that saw its beginning and permanent of the expansion necessary to adapt to its needs of the future generation because it depends upon on the method rather than the doctrine. What's your method? What's your principles? The only one that I've ever revealed here is refine your standards, lower your expectations. I swear to God, refine your standards, lower your expectation works across the goddamn board with whatever you dealing with. That shit gonna check out in the Golden Dawn. That shit gonna check out in the tantric systems, the yogic systems, the Vedantic systems, the mystical the Kabbalah, the Egyptian shit. It's gonna check out. Refine your standards, lower your expectations, man. Uh-oh. Subversive elements in the occult movement. Let's get it, y'all. Let's see how many more pages we got. God damn, Dion. Oh, okay. The occult movement has all okay. The submersive elements in the occult movement. Oh, I'm missing shit. Dion. Jay says Dion keeps all in bounds under law. SOP. This nigga Curry. Curry probably doing some work over there trade and making millions and shit. My nigga. The occult movement has always been an object of suspicion for the powers that be. Uh-oh. And not unreason and not so and not unreasonably so. For the secret in which it tries to shroud or shrewd itself naturally attracts more attention than it avoids. Moreover, this very system of secrecy can convictedly conveniently damn, my word crossed out. There got to be a Y at the end. I'm thinking that's got to be conveniently, right? Can conveniently be used as a cloak. Yeah, it got to be conveniently be used as a cloak for other things than occultism. I wonder is it the same on this? But fuck it. Let me just continue reading. Moreover, this very system of secrecy can conveniently be used as a cloak for other things than occultism. Uh oh. and has been used on many occasions in the past. The occultist, therefore, cannot reasonably resent the suspicion he has aroused, but should endeavor by all the means available to him to clarify the situation, give proof of his bona fides, give proof of his bona fides, and so conduct his affairs that they shall not afford a cover to evil doers. To clarify the situation, give proof of his bona fides, and so conduct his affairs that they shall not afford a cover to evildoers. The influences at work in the world today range themselves under two banners, as they have always done. The choice of banner is a matter of temperament. It has been truly said that everyone is a radical in his youth and a diehard in his old age. We shall always find that the timid and those who the God of this world has blessed are on the side of the conversation or the maintenance of the present state of affairs. We shall also find that the bolder spirits and those upon whom the prevailing social system presses hardly desire to bring out the changes in the orders of things, and sometimes radical changes. In both camps, we shall find more moderate men and extremists. This is also the matter of temperament. Curve says, "No, I've been helping my mom. Got her got her to do a ritual to forgiving her mother, and she feels a lot. See, this is what I'm talking about right here, bro. And she feels a lot lighter, so she keeps calling. This is what I'm talking about right here. Salute, Curve. S.O. motherfucking P. Cosmic P pushing. That's what I'm talking about. As he evolves, everyone around him evolves. He got his mom to do a ritual. Now, I'm not sure of her spiritual background, but you see what I'm saying? How many people you know can get their mama to do a goddamn ritual for her mother? Peace to grandmas. I don't know if I don't want to say nothing like that, but peace and power to grandma, Momo, Big Mom. Peace and power. That's powerful right there. Read that message right there. Salute, I said, Travis. Salute, Curve. These two constraint types of temperament have difficulty in understanding each other's viewpoint, and the more extreme examples usually lack the imagination to be able to conceive that there can be a reasonable viewpoint other than their own. Consequently, relations tend to become acrimonious, and each party endows the other with vices it does not possess, or is run by only a small and unrepresentative minority. Self interest also exacerbates the situation. For any gains on the part or for any gains on the part of one party can only be at the expense of the losses to the other. The two camps tend to become armed champs with a perpetual guerrilla warfare going on between them that occasionally develops into a campaign on a vast scale. Within limits, both aspects are essential to the well being of the body politic. So clearly, has experience proves this that a well organized opposition is considered essential to the transaction of national business, but also the normal polarity of viewpoint is a wholesome check on extremes of any kind and a normal and inevitable development in this universe which manifests through pairs of opposites. There are to be found in both camps extreme viewpoints which pass all bounds of equilibrium, and to use again the language of the Kabbalists, are calyphotic because they tend towards chaos. The diehard will restrain vested interests in his dead hand, regardless of changing conditions or the welfare of the world as a whole. And the Antichrist, in his disgust with existing conditions, will destroy them from the foundations upward, thus bringing down the house of life on his own head and leaving himself without shelter while the rebuilding is in progress. Reasonable men of both parties regard their own extremists with distrust and are able to give both sympathy and respect to the opponents. As we have already noted, the choice of party is usually dictated As we have already know that the choice of part is usually dictated by the temperament rather than the intellectual conviction. Those who are found to be in a party of change are usually of a more imaginative and impressionable temperament temperament than those who found their spiritual home in conversating, using the word in its dictionary and not its political sense. It is the same type of person who has an open ear for all things new in any department of the world activities. He is generally unconventional in dress and diet, wears his hair long, wears his hair long when other people wear it short, is in as in modern times, and short where other people wear it long, as in the roundheads, and reacts violently to his own complexes in general, not only in the things of his special conviction, but in all ways in his life, whether in a petty social whether in petty social usages or in the deeper and more fundamental things of the spirit. Occultism being more than most things an unconventional viewpoint, we find amongst its adherents a high percentage of liberal minded, in comparatively few of those with a conservative or conventional outlook. We must not, however, commit to the logical fallacy of confusing post hoc with proper hoc. People do not become radical in their views because of any doctrine taught them under the veil of secrecy in occult lodges, but become occultists because they are of the open-minded and the adventurous type. There is, moreover, a certain type of more phil- philosophic reformer who, in seeking an explanation which shall direct him to the root causes of social discontent, finds that the esoteric teachings afford the explanation, especially in their doctrines concerning group minds, subtle influences, and evolutionary cycles. Such a social reformer studies occultism, not for the purpose of applying ritual magic to his enemies, as a popular imagination supposes, but in order to understand root causes. She just said something. She just said something. She just said something. Oh, yeah, that's powerful. Curry said she ain't got no background into it. She was shocked. This is what I'm talking about right here, bro. This shit make my heart smile right there. That's what I'm talking about. Updating, updating, updating. You see, sometimes you never know. Death and sickness can those aspects play out in people's life, and they fuck around and change a person's life course. So when we get to talk about evil and bad things happening to people, we don't know how these things take and changes someone's life course. Look at me coming from gang banging and all that stupid dumb shit. You know how much murder and what? That shit changed my life path. Or maybe it was already destined. But those were the key things. You see what I'm saying? Those things that we call hurt and pain and suffering. Only three things that's gonna get a man to want to know the truth of God and self connected with God: suffering on a cosmic level, on a planetary level, and on an internal level. Right? Thanks, Trav. I didn't force either. I didn't force her. I didn't force her either, man. Her next life, I can tell she'll be tapping into this info. Facts. And then here comes the son. I'm telling you, kids teaching the parents, bro. I go do the same thing with my mama, bro. I don't think she down to do no ritual, but she on some shit. She on some shit. Look what Trav said. Trav said, the occult don't make you crazy. You bring the crazy with you. Facts. We said, why Dion breaking us down like this? Because that's what she do. That's what she do. We finna read this last part again, though. Let me finish reading this. You been crazy. Dion. Dion was on her stuff. I just read her wiki. She knew about sex matches between heterosexual married couples. Yeah, 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 yeah. She on that shit, but she wasn't hit. Well, I can't say what she wasn't heavy on, but she did speak on a little bit of that shit in the Travis said, I'm trying to find the root causes. Straight up. The root causes. That's what we here for. The causes. We understand the effects and they gonna show up. They ain't going nowhere. What's the cause? Parents teaching the kids. I can feel my mama secretly watching my videos. My mama be watching my clips. So I understand, Trav. I don't think she tapped into the whole video, but she watched them clips though. My daddy too. She crazy. She be tripping me out. I got all right, one of my homies who I looked up to like a big homie before he got killed by his so-called big homie, but my nigga, bro, nigga I looked up to like his mama watches my channel, bro. She watches my YouTube, and I love her to death, bro. Long live BJ. I wasn't supposed to say that, but I said it. But I love her to death. You know what I'm saying? And we had these conversations, and she's definitely strongly Christian. She like, bro, it's something about your information that stuff that you be talking about. A lot of it I don't understand, but then a lot of it I do, and it's the same shit that I'm. Or she didn't cuss, but it's the same thing that I'm having realizations about and I understand, and you know, and she's making it into connection. We can connect. I'm into the occult, and she's highly into. You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ. And it's like, it's a beautiful thing that the connection can be made instead of where people can find differences and, oh, that's evil this and that's evil that. We can find a connection. That's what this shit is about, bro. It ain't about converting everybody to this occult shit. It ain't about everybody trying to get everybody into the clip off. We find these middle points. Curve just had his mama do a ritual, nigga. Get in where she fit in. Get her in where she fits in and make it work. Updated her system. Updated your system as well. Nigga, that's powerful. Nigga. Let's see. There's moreover a certain philosophic. There is moreover a certain type of more philosophic reformer who, in seeking it, yeah, okay, we already did that, right? Such social reformer studies occultism, not for the purpose of applying ritual magic to his enemies, as popular imagination supposes, but in order to understand root causes. It is rare to find the fanatic of either party in occult studies, or, for the matter of that, in any circles that do not see eye to eye with him. He has such a one-way mind and is so concentrated on his special presupposition that he is not interested in anything else and has no time to waste on it. It will be seen that then that although people with advanced and unconventional viewpoints questionably predominate in occult circles, they do so incidentally and temperamentally, in not because the occult doctrines are immediately concerned with politics, right? Occultism in the underworld. Uh-oh, let's see what she says. Hold up. I had to let one rip, boy. I did not want y'all to hear that on this camera. Let's see. Occultism in the underworld. Right? You probably so behind on these pages. I ain't updated shit. Occultism in the underworld. Apart from what magic be termed apart from what might be termed the genuine and sincere association with occultism with submersive persons, and I just seen Curry put that fart comment. I'm not even that fart emoji. I ain't reading you, bro. Hold up, bro. Apart from what might be termed with genuine and sincere association with occultism with submersive persons and ideas, which is purely accidental, depending upon the fact that the same type of temperament takes both lines of interest. It cannot be denied that inexcusably Mixed in with the occult movement is a dangerous underground line of submersive activity, and the authorities do well to keep a watch upon it. Uh oh. Uh oh. The peculiar and quite needless secrecy observed by occultists make the occult movement a very handy cloak for various activities that will not bear inspection. Scotland Yard is a quite Scotland Yard is quite alive to this fact and keeps a sharp eye on all occult organizations in consequence. Somebody look up Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard. They may be watching our videos. They may be the ones who don't hit the like button. They may be the ones who perpetrate acting like they something on Instagram and YouTube and actually be the ones that's watching because they just keep watching. They'll criticize, but they'll keep watching. Like, why are you watching? Why? The semi public, semi private nature of their proceedings fits them singularly well to the purpose of persons whose activity are under surveillance in their customary haunts. Damn. That's the new boogeyman, Trav. That's the new boogeyman. That nigga Curve said cosmic ripping. Hey, Curve stupid as hell. Hey, hold up, Trav. Monitoring spirits. Oh, then Curve put it right there. Monitoring spirits. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, 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 knock. Monitoring spirits. Let's see what she says they do though. Any esoteric organization which is asked to allow letters to be sent in its care. Hold up. Any esoteric organization which is asked to allow letters to be sent in its care or to receive parcels from printers to be called for by a private car or even to allow its telephone to be used by strangers ought to be on its guard. Do you hear that? Any esoteric organization which is we're going to highlight that. Any esoteric organization that is asked to allow letters to be sent in its care or to receive parcels from printers to be called by private car or even to allow its telephone to be used by strangers ought to be on guard. It is an open secret that the letters of suspects are examined and that their telephone calls are listened to. But we know this though, right? We've been on it, right? We know this. We know this. They can't do shit though. But anyway, it is an open secret that the letters of the suspects are examined. Right? So you sending letters out with your with your shit stamped on it, and that their telephone calls are listened to. Consequently, it is of great importance to such persons to find unsuspected places that they can receive communications. There can very seldom be a good reason for not having letters sent to an accommodation address. And esoteric organizations which are complacent in this matter make difficulties for the whole movement. It is a very unfortunate thing that the Theosophical Society becomes so intimately associated with Indian political activity. It is very unfortunate that the Theosophical Society became so intimately associated with the Indian political activities. Though injustice, it may it though injustice it must be said that there was probably no reaction of what extremes these activities would ultimately lead to. Many people, in consequence, look upon all occult movements as being tarred with the same brush and fear that they will be involved in all manner of complications if they become associated with them. You see, you got people who won't comment and won't say shit because and I understand they don't want their name to be put out there with it, and I get it and I respect it, right? Hold up, y'all. Let me finish this so I can read the comments. Um, will be involved in all manner of complications they become associated with them, and therefore limit their studies to the theory of esoteric science and find no opportunity for experience of its practice. They get scared. We finna finish up though. Let's read. Monitoring spirits. Someone saying they stopped the remote viewing program. Well, if they ain't gonna do nothing, see me watching Pornhub anyway. So Curry talking about some strong ass highlighter. What satisfaction do they get from watching? You know, who knows? Some people need somebody to watch and critique and talk shit about. Gives them more content and make them look more right. It's cool. Or these groups that they're specifically talking about here, to see what's the new update, what's going on. Bobby and them talked about it, Penny and them talked about it. They watching what can they do? Like ultimately, like really. Bobby said they don't fuck with me because I fuck with that dark shit. They know what he fucking with. They know what nigga fucking with. You get to talking about Jesus this and all of that. This was quoting Bobby Hemmett, but still I get it. It's like, they ain't fucking around. A nigga like this who understand this shit is like, bro, what the fuck can you do? What could you really do to a nigga? Yeah. People tell me all the time that they don't want their personal side of lives associated with the occult. Facts. Facts. Yeah, 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 yeah. And see, I was speaking in two different aspects, but yeah, both of those aspects right there. Both of those aspects right there to intimidate. That's all they can do. They have the illusion of a wolf ticket. They got the wolf ticket. Well, Bobby Ben said they run around this motherfucker. They don't run shit. They might run around this motherfucker, but they don't run shit. They don't. The ones who really got this shit and understand this shit and have really had realizations with the shit, nigga, like, bro, if I was, bro, creating a YouTube, nigga, already having a past criminal record, nigga. That's all. Well, that's all I'm saying right there, Trav. They'll be learning from us too. They watching and learning. Real shit. Real shit. Real shit. I remember Penny brought that shit up and said one of them dudes brought up some shit and like, hey, do y'all know that the African Americans are talking about Egypt? People's like, huh? What? No. Like, yeah, and they saying something totally different than what we saying. And Penny like, he talking about Bobby Hemmett. You can be talking about somebody else, but for a fact, he was talking about Bobby Hemmett. They watch. We gonna give them a show. Talking about dick balls and see. I remember Bobby talking about he like, yeah. So if they ever got caught up with me and tried to put some shit on the TV or the news, all that shit, he said I come to find out. See, I like the way Bobby thinks he make everything work in his favor. Come to find out, that's why I do all this cussing. He said, because before I got into the spiritual shit, I didn't cuss that much. As soon as I get in here, it's all bitch hole and fuck niggas and all that type shit that he used. He said, Spirit told me what that is. That's how Spirit protect me. That's how Spirit protect me, because they end up throw some shit up on throw some shit up on the news, and they put my shit up on the news and try to talk about me and say all this, I'm doing this and this and that, and they gonna be nothing but a whole bunch of bleep 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 bleep, because they can't put the cussing up on the news. So that's why I'm always talking about dick, pussy, asshole, and booties and titties. Maybe that's why I talk like that. Spirit's protecting me. That's why I got the mouth of a fucking sailor. They need us to digest and break down this info. That's it. Why? Because it's us. It's our shit. It's our shit, y'all. It's our shit. They need us to break it down. That's why cultists meet each other in the fifth dimension, astral plane, studying the mental plane. The Akashic Records library is in the mental plane. Now, facts. I think I told Trav this shit before. Like, this nigga popped up in my dream, bro. And I was doing my it was like a family member. Remember, when we see dreams, we understand the forms themselves are representations of the force, right? But this nigga Trav popped up in most of my dreams. He showed up in one dream, and I was in a house, and it was emerald green. Emerald green. They had this old man with like the hermit hood on in the middle of this gold and green circle. And my cousin over here trying to do some shit, recite some shit, and do some shit. I'm like, hey, what the fuck you doing? That ain't how you do it. You ain't got to put him into the middle of the circle. And I tried to run and grab him, pull him out the circle. As soon as I hopped into the circle, this motherfucker turned into Trav. And is that we hopped into the circle, we went through a fucking green portal. We went through a fucking green portal, bro. And I can look back. So we going forward through the portal this way, and I'm turning around. Look, I got Trav like I was trying to pull him out. So now we locked in, like we just going through the goddamn cosmos or whatnot. And next thing you know, I'm looking back, and the house is just crump. I don't want to say crumbling, like breaking down, but it was like breaking down into like a smaller formation. Like Prakriti was just breaking that bitch down, giving it a whole nother form, and it just went into oblivion and just blinked out of existence. And next thing you know, we in a hallway of some apartments, and these like alien type demons is like on the outskirts, right? And they on the outskirts, and they got and somewhere I got guns. We got guns. It's me, Trav, my brother was there, and somebody else, and then this little kid popped up. So we fighting them off. But check this out: the hallways are green. I mean, the hallways are red. I'm connecting this with I'm connecting this with the tree of life. Green net sack, nigga. Green and gold. Green fleck with gold. What is green fleck with gold? Let's go to net sack. What world is that? This is how you line up with your library of correspondences. Net sack. So it was emerald, right? I said it was emerald. Emerald is the Briatic plane. It was green in the Briatic plane, but it was green. Right, yellowish green. So it could have been it could have been those. See, so I'm seeing Bria, yes, erratic in the Asaya plane. So we was in that dream, and we was going through that portal, and we landed inside of a red hallway. So now I'm connecting it with Gibra, right? So we got this what's the name? This connection from Gibra in NetSack. Listen what I'm saying. We got this shit connected from Gibra and NetSack, right? And we saving the people of these apartment complexes. So we run around with little laser guns and shit and popping them off and shit and this and that. And then as we finish popping them off, this little kid pop up out the what's her name? Man, why y'all ain't give me no goddamn gun? I supposed to have a gun. I could have killed about 6 or 7 of them motherfuckers like on some Riley Freeman shit. Swear to God, bro. Okay, wow, next second inside is green flick with gold. Right, okay. There we go. So we went from there to fucking Gibra, where we actually doing some war shit, placing limitations in the king on his chariot. We went into this aspect, and we protecting the kingdom. That's what me and that nigga Trav was doing. And that dream included my brother, somebody else, and some little kid popped up, acting like Riley freaking Freeman. And we fighting off these what's her name that's trying to what's her name. But check this out. Here's towards the end of the dream. We go inside the door, the apartment door, and it's a woman's apartment. And my brother already beat me upstairs. I was the last one. I made the little kid get in there. I said, man, get your little ass in the house. Man, y'all niggas always trying to tell me what to do. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Open up the door, and to get inside the apartment, it's like one of them apartments. As soon as you open up the door, you got to go upstairs to get to the apartment. Like, it ain't shit downstairs. It's automatic upstairs. So that means somebody live below them, right? We back to green fleck with gold. The hallway was green with gold flecks on it. I walk up to that motherfucker, walk up into the what's the name, And I just remember we was standing inside the living room in the kitchen, and the kid would just sit down and play the game like we just ain't fight off fucking demons and aliens and shit. But key thing, when I looked at my hands when I opened up the door and closed it, I seen my hands in my dream, bro. I think I only seen my hands in my dream a couple times. Seen my hands in my dreams. And they were short, stumpy, and black and very ashy. Like them niggas who work on them goddamn, them junkies who work on them cars. My hands look just like that. Like I had been putting away. I'm like, bro, in the dream, I literally said, bro, these is not my motherfucking hands. What the fuck? Rough brick like and stumpy. Why the fuck was I telling y'all this dream? I don't know why the fuck I showed y'all that, told y'all the goddamn dream. This live stream showed them on so I'm watching it now and feel great about it. Appreciate you showing up, Soda Rams. Appreciate you showing up, Soda Rams. Appreciate you showing up. I don't know why the fuck I just told y'all about that goddamn dream. It was something I was telling you about. Your astral body is the same. No, that I understand. I know, I definitely know that. But that was simple. Well, I can tell. I don't know why I haven't done a video on dreams in general and breaking them down and interpret them. But that'll take me to a whole nother. I don't know. I don't remember why I was talking about it though, Trey. I don't know why I brought it in. But that shit happened around when we was reading the Cosmic Doctrine. That's for sure. That's when I used to go listen. This is when I used to go to sleep listening to the audiobook, not Trav Live, but the audiobook of because Trav wasn't doing mystical Kabbalah yet. We was reading the Cosmic Doctrine. So I had the audiobook of mystical Kabbalah. So what I found out this year is listening to these books that are kind of practical and going into like these mystical aspects of shit, it will narrate your dreams. At least it's been doing mine. It literally narrates. Remember I gave y'all that other dream while I was listening to that Saraswati? Yeah, the Saraswati mantra. And I literally watched me come into another body inside of the dream state, and three women were standing around me, and I was the observer observing my soul going into that or my spirit incarnating into that different body, and the bed vibrated like and it was vibrating because of the mantra. The mantra was shaking a goddamn bed. Did you hear what I'm saying? The work is being done on the psychic planes, the inner planes, my nigga. Let's finish this shit. It is very unfortunate that things. It is very okay. Yeah, they got okay. The fa- the fantastically inclined organizations of Britain seem to take the menace of subversive of subversive occultism very seriously, and to consider that an occult society is ipso facto subversive and as such to be spied upon. No reasonable person should subject to being inspected by the authorized representatives of the law and order, because his own interests are protected in the so doing. But the amateur detective is an offensive nuisance, and as such must expect just a short shrift of the Bolshevik. Bolshevik. Hold up. Let me okay. The pan played by hold up. The pan played by drug addiction and the seamy side of occultism has been greatly overrated. The drug use of the vision producing type, such as anaholium and hashish, and these are not drugs of addiction in the West. In the quantities in which they are used for occult experiments, they are unlikely to do permanent harm. The drugs to which people become addicts are those which either produce exhilaration and immunity to fatigue. Now I better get up that addy. Or those which deaden consciousness and make a troubled life more bearable. Under neither of these headings are to be found any of the vision producing drugs. No one is likely to induce vision by their use sufficiently frequently to run any risk of addiction. So no cocaine, no ecstasy, no goddamn Percocets, no lean. And in any case, um, an alumnium, anaholium, anhalonium, is not habit forming. The risk to watch these drugs expose those who use them is psychic, not physical. Let's read that again. The risk to watch these drugs expose those who use them is psychic, not physical. They may, if the experimenter is not an expert occultist, thoroughly competent in sealings and banishings, lay their user upon to psychic vision and even obsession, because they opened the doors of the astral to the unprepared consciousness. And as every swimmer knows, it is one thing to swim out and another to swim back. Please take heed to what was just said, bro. Please take heed to what was just said. I am not prepared to deny that they have a place in occult research, but such research should only be taken by those who are properly equipped, both as to their occult and scientific attainments, and is in every way undesirable when done by those who are merely seeking a new thrill. Excuse me. A great hey, if y'all just joining, please vote for that new book that we're gonna be reading. Check the comment, check the poll, and vote for the book. Also hit the like button. Also, SO motherfucking P, we standing on principle. A great deal has been made by friction writers of the Black Mass, which consists of desecrating by every means that an overnight imagination can suggest the sacred symbols of the Catholic faith. It is a procedure limited for practical purposes to the Roman Catholics, because as Ephias Levy pointed out, no one can partake of a black mass effectually who does not fervently believe in the white mass. To the nonconformist, the operations of the black mass would be senseless. Sexual orgies have played a part in the mysteries, and in the case of primitive peoples, we must not be ready to condemn indiscriminately without considering the type of society in which they take place. Civilized standards cannot be used to judge primitive folks living under entirely different conditions and codes to ourselves. You need to understand it. Done. Tree. Peace. SOP. Civilized standards cannot be used to judge primitive folks living under entirely different conditions and codes to ourselves. These orgies by no means necessarily produce these orgies by no means necessarily produce the degeneration that missionaries would have us believe. They are no they are by no manner of means the same thing as general sexual promiscuity, but are strictly limited to certain periods of people living under natural conditions of the most intimate intimate touch with nature and competing with plant and animal for possession of the soul, has other social needs and consequently other moral standards than a highly organized dense population whose problem is to feed itself from a limited area. This is what we talking about. What we dealing with over here in the West, it's a different dharma. To the former, the orgies that stimulate fecundity may be as necessary and virtuous as the moral restraints of other types of society. Nor must we make the mistake of thinking that because a race has either explicit or symbolic representation of organs and reproduction among its sacred symbol is necessary licentious. Oh, I ain't got my tantric book over here. Any more than the fact that a nun is admitted to a religious order with a marriage ceremony should lead us to suspect that to lead us to suspect the same thing. Reteen my bad, y'all. You say she's too complex for me, bro. Rentience in sexual question is a matter of manners, not morals. There are truths in these things that we cannot ignore, and civilization is the poor and by no means either the cleaner and or the healthier. For ignoring them, the trouble comes. However, when people who are licentious inclined use them as justification and a cloak, a certain amount of this has been done, especially on the continent, in the name of occultism. Content, con, content, what the fuck? Content. Because I thought it was continent. Hold up, y'all. Let me figure out what that word is. Contention. In the name of occultism, which means an argument, right? A heated disagreement or argument. For the most part, however, the loose living in occult circles consists in a somewhat freely circulating assortment of soulmates and has no more occult significance than regular conditions in artistic circles. No magical use is made of the relationships. The only occult touch they have lies in the finding of justification of them in past lives, which no one except the person concerned take very seriously. Various occultists at different times have attempted to put into practice the Freudian doctrines. No one with any insight into life can deny that there is a very large measure of truth in these doctrines, and that the theoretical must much justification can be found for the doings of such initiators. The social consequences and the general strains and upheaval of such methods are, however, so serious that whatever one may think of them from the point of view of pure science and actual practice, they are better left alone. For one thing, the forces employed get out of hand extremely easy, and when such practices are done in a group formation, the group mind takes on an atmosphere much too elemental to be tolerated by civilized people. So an elemental gets to taking over these six orgy occult groups. These group orgies. An elemental get to taking over. And then remember, them elementals end up having a mind of their own, independent of its own creator. Orgies and crude sexual magic have passed away from the level of consciousness at which civilized races function. Just as infanticide in the dispatch of the age have passed away. There are other and better methods of approaching the elemental levels of consciousness in which in the elemental levels of consciousness in which we do not belong to the right hand path, but purely, well, let's read that again. There are other and better methods of approaching the elemental levels of consciousness than these which do not belong to the right hand path. Hint, hint. Trav says them damn fairies, them freaky fairies. But by purely the freaky fairies, by purely psychological methods, the psychoanalyst achieves the same results. Uh-oh. You can get the same results by psychological methods of psychoanalysis. But it is only when the experience of the psychoanalysis is united to the knowledge of the esoteric that the deeper issues in supremest heights are reached. Makes me think about NLP. NLP. At the same time, there was a widespread of abnormal vices for magical purposes. The fact we are all known and give rise to repeated scandals. There is nothing to be said in mitigation of these practices. They are unnatural and destructive on every plane. There is reason to believe, however, that this phase of black occultism has had its day and is dying out. The principal exponent become hopelessly insane, and his example appears to have taught wisdom to such followers as had not learnt it from experiences. Nevertheless, there remains a great deal of very unsound teaching and practice in certain circles, which produces a rich crop of psychopathologies. Group minds have become tainted, and sensitive individuals are liable to very unpleasant experiences. So much psychic disturbance and even to actual illness through association with them. Are you hearing this? The leaders of these groups are by no means given over to evil, but they have very little understanding of the forces which they have been in contact with. Their repeated outbreaks of psychic trouble in their midst they attribute to occult attack from outside or to the retaliation of the forces of evil against which they are contending, and do not realize that they are like people who have built their houses on the slopes of a volcano. Damn. However, it is portable that, with the breakdown of the leader, the atmosphere will gradually clear, and that which is of value will be disencumbered of the many unfortunate elements that have gathered about it. Think about that before you get into a cult group, y'all. Think about that before you get into an occult sex group. Let's see what's going on. Elemental sounds lewd and radioactive. Very. Once the motherfuckers get to going, it's gonna be hard to do something about it. We got 1.5 page left, y'all, and we gonna conclude this book. Because chapter 11 is a glossary. If you got the book, you can go over there. If you just joined, hit that like button, comment SOP in the chat. And if you see that poll that's sitting at the top of that chat, click on that poll because we're gonna be reading these books here. We're trying to get who gonna read these books here. We're gonna start the Occult Sunday. Next Occult Sunday with Young Yoga. This book, Invisible Power, Create the Life You Want, or Geraldine Coster, Yoga and the Western Psychology. Let's finish this up. The Jewish Peril. The Jewish Peril. There has always been a strong anti Semite feeling among the continental nations. Though in these islands it is of a very modified type. There have been books published recently which have set out to show that the revolution in Russia is the work of the Jews, and that the Jewish race as an organized unit is out to destroy civilization. Among these books are some which attempt to prove specifically that the Jewish initiate is a particularly dangerous person, and that the occult movement in which a goodly proportion of Jews find a place must be particularly dangerous movement. Have we not heard this? In order to examine the rights and wrongs of this proposition, so let's see what Dion Fortune has to say, right? Because that's how we getting rainwater peace, rainwater peace, SOP. Let's see what she has to say about the Jewish community in dealing with the occult and the Pinky and the Brain plan to take over the world. Pinky, what we do every day. In order to examine the rights and wrongs of this proposition, we must first examine the basis on which it rests. What is the cause of the general antagonism to the Jew? Most people would say it's because they slew our Lord, but the real answer to the question is probably to be found in the fact that there is a higher percentage of intellectual acuteness and ability and a lower percentage of marital virtues among the Jewish people than among the rest of other races.
Mhm.
Y- Never mind. This, together with the racial pride and exclusiveness, irritates the Gentile, and the Jew is seldom a warlike person. The irritation can safely be given free vent. Moreover, owning owing to owing to his peculiar gift for finance, the Jew is a universal moneylender and a very convenient way of putting paid to inconvenient debt is so to have an occasional pogrom. What the fuck is that? Pogrom. Hey Siri, define pogrom. Pogrom.
Pogromny, an organized massacre of a particular ethnic group, in particular that of Jews in Russia or Eastern Europe.
Oh. Both parties possess strength and weaknesses, which makes them feared by and yet a prey to each other. Such a state of affairs cannot be productive of mutual trust and good feeling. I see ain't nobody saying shit in the comments. Oh, y'all done seen them old videos. Oh, it's them, they doing it, they doing it, they doing it. Y'all ain't saying shit in them comments. It's okay, because I ain't saying shit neither. It is perfectly true that Bolshevism, that in Bolshevism, and for the matter of that, in anarchical circles in general, there's a high percentage of Jews. The reason for that is not far to seek. The Jew is an exception to the general rule that an idealist is never practical. When an idealistic movement wants an efficient organizer, it generally fails to find it among the Gentiles in its rank. The Jews have been the backbone of the Bolshevist movement for simple reasons that the Russia left to himself cannot organize and is hopelessly impractical. Therefore, the Jewish element has come to the front. This is not peculiar to the Bolshevist movement. Peter the Great, when reforming the Russian administration in the founding the state upon modern lines, found it necessary to import German administrators for the simple reason that then as now the Russians could not organize and administer. The Jew comes to the front in revolutionary circles, as he does in literary and scientific circles, owing to the high percentage of ability and driving power to be found in his race. Yeah, I know, Trav. I know, Trav. That's why I just make the face. I'm just reading the book. I'm just reading the book. Yeah, I'm just reading the book. I eventually want to get, monetized. So the Jew comes in the front of the revolutionary circle. He does as he does in literary and scientific circles, owing to a high percentage of abilities in driving power to be found in his race. Again, post hoc is not prop propter hoc. The Jew is attracted to the Western esoteric tradition because it is based on Kabbalah, the mystical wisdom of Israel, and because his intellect is of a type which takes kindly to esoteric philosophy. There appears to be a complete lack of mystical element in Judaism today, save in relation to the Jewish nationalism. For women, indeed, this is especially marked, for they have no place in Jewish religion save as the carriers of the Levitical system, out of the Levitical customs that apply to the home. The lack seems to be keenly felt by the more thoughtfully Jew who feels need of the kind of mysticism that Christianity teaches but cannot accept the Christ, right? He and especially she find the mysticism and occultism without any exclusive religious bias and are able to adapt it to that which they honor in the tradition of Israel. Consequently, there are many Jews in the Western occultism, and as always, they come to the front because of their intellectual capacity and driving force. I cannot but be obviously. I cannot but be obvious to anyone who looks at the matter in the light of history and racial psychology that the Jew race as a race has more to lose than any other social upheaval and disorder, for they are the money leaders of the world. True. And the first thing any nation does after a revolution is wipe out back debts, both private and national. The Jewish race are, moreover, non military. Not that they are not individual fighting men among the Jews, as the history of pugilism shows, but their peculiar religious tenets, as applied to social customs, may make an army very difficult, if not impossible, to organize. Upon the occasion, Jerusalem was stormed because the Jews would not work in defense on the Sabbath. Hold up, y'all. We're gonna finish this book though. We on this last page. There is no question, however, but the men of the Jewish race have played an important part in determining the course of history by giving or withholding the sinews of war from bellicose monarchs and governments. This, however, has not been a matter of organized national policy, but of personal speculation and venture. At any rate, since governments have ceased to force the Jewish to lend money upon the security of his own back teeth, it is noteworthy that the record of the Jewish statesman is singularly clean. He serves the nation of his adoption with a single-minded integrity and a conspicuous ability. The Jew has always been prominent in Western occultism. In fact, he was for centuries its only guardian. For the church put down all for centuries, he was the only guardian. I see you, Wayne. In fact, he was for centuries its only guardian. For the church put down all speculation and experiment in spiritual things with a firm hand. The Kabbalah has been the chief outlet for the spiritual minded Jew who find for la- for s- what the fuck? Who find fallacies. No, that ain't fallacies. Phylacteries. Let's see how you say it. Phylactery. Phylacteries, which means a small leather box containing Hebrew text worn by Jewish men at the morning prayer as a reminder to keep the law. So the Kabbalah has been the chief outlet for the spiritual minded Jew phylacteries bearing who found phylacteries bearing things, and the Kabbalah has ceremonial magic and a highly technical psychism as its practical applications. In Israel is to be found the fountainhead of the Western tradition. Hey man, we're not getting on that over here, y'all. We're not getting on that. That's not no. We ain't getting on that over here. We ain't getting on that over here. We ain't on none of that over here. We read in the book and we finna finish. We just reading the book till we finish, y'all. We gonna read the book till we finish. In Israel is to be found the fountainhead of Western tradition, and Western occultists need have working knowledge of the elements of the Hebrew language in order to disentangle the barbarous jargon of the dog Hebrew, which is the heritage of the unscholarly lodges. The fanatic who has got it firmly fixed in his head that the Jewish race is bent upon the destruction of all social order looks upon it as one of the clearest proofs of the guilt of occultism that a Jewish element and influence is to be found therein. May we remind them, however, that the same may be said of Christianity. Boop, boop, boop. The same may be said of Christianity, which has its cultural roots in Judaism. From the historical point of view, Abraham, rather than Peter, holds the keys of heaven for the Western world. Esoteric traditions admits of non-exclusiveness. It is its very essence of its spirit. Hold up. Esoteric tradition admits of no exclusiveness. It is the very essence of its spirit that it blasphemies no God that has been hallowed by man's devotion. We are occultists. We can't speak ill of no man's God, right? Why? Because there's only one, nigga. It's only one, nigga. You blaspheme one God, you blaspheme yourself because you are that God. All the nigga do was carved out of etheric form and filled it up with the astral juices, nigga. It sees all religions as the expressions of man's spirit rather than the personal revelation of a jealous God to his chosen people. It suffers from neither superstitious awe nor bigoted feet. When asked to take sides in any acrimonious dispute concerning ultimate rights and wrongs, it says, a plague on both of your houses. The way of God is the way of the lightning flash. Shout out to 777 LBX. Zigzag between the pillars, and the place of equilibrium is in the central point of the pillar. And that, my friend, concludes Dion Fortune's Applied Magic. We have learned, we have studied together for 11 straight Sundays, nigga. A cult Sunday motherfucking service. It's all one, baby. It's all one, bro. Now, do I have personal opinions of? Yes, I do. That's not for you. That's not for this YouTube. Yes, I have personal fucking opinions. What can I prove? All I can prove, only thing that I can prove is that I am aware that I am becoming. Not that I am, but I am becoming. I am the one becoming. I am the one that's aware. You see what I'm saying? There are no enemies. There are no enemies. And I leave it right there. I leave that right there. We just took what Misfortune said. You see how Misfortune spoke upon how other people did this and that, but she still respected their work. You see what I'm saying? Hopefully, this wouldn't make you be like, "Oh, her work is this and that," because she said this and that in the last chapter. Fuck that. Her work stands true. I put it into practice. Have you put it into practice? I know y'all have. That's why you're here. You've put this shit into practice and have realizations on the psychic level, on some level of psychism, right? So, with that being said, what you talk about? Rose of Flame. Oh shit, Hollow be thy name. I just hit a whole new level of different. Great read. Yeah, appreciate it, Dave. Well, obviously, I mean, like I wrote the goddamn book, but I get what you're saying. Was a great read though. This was a great read, especially in addition to what Trav doing on his page with the mystical Kabbalah, y'all. Oh, great read, man. Thanks for your time, man. Thanks for y'all showing up. Let's check this over here, this live screen, and see. Let's see. All right, let's check this over here. So it looks like y'all. It looks like we are going to be reading. We are going to be reading. What we finna be reading, y'all? Hold up. So everybody started off talking about Young Yoga first. Young Yoga. We gonna read that. We gonna read Young Yoga. Nah. Nobody wanted to read yoga and Western psychism. I'm talking about nobody voted for that. Wait, no. Nobody wanted to recreate the life that you want. Unlocking your spiritual power. Nobody wanted to read that, but look at us now. Everybody has chosen create the life that you want. It would have been between create the life that you want and young yoga for me, but oh yeah, Rose of Flame did, J Bothell did, and Jehovah's Witness. I forgot, motherfucker got 20 goddamn YouTube pages. Gotta keep up. Um, yeah, y'all. So we got 27 votes, and 52% of that 27 voted for create the life that you want. And it's a reason why I'm going towards this way with this type of information, right? It's all about y'all mind. We ain't got no enemies, y'all. It's not an enemy in sight. You not even your enemy no more, right? You not even your enemy no more. So we finna get into creating the life that we want. We about to read this. So let y'all know now. Next Sunday, I will not. We're gonna take a break next Sunday, and we will. So that means the 12th we will not. That means we will meet back on the 19th. On the 19th, we will resume reading Your Invisible Power. Create the life that you want. Y'all know how I get down, right? What is our words over here? Hey, Wayne said, I want to know about that 20K too, dog. I want to know about that 20K too. That's what we gonna do. Oh, he said, I got to get these 20K subscribers somehow. Drop that link again, J By here, before we get up out of here, man. I think everybody here subscribe, but just in case they not, J By here. Oh, incredibly informed. It is a great pronouncer of words. It has the aesthetics that goes along with what we learn here. SOP, y'all. SO motherfucking P. SOP. Create when you say excited, let's create the life that we want, bro. It's all occultism anyway. It's all spiritual shit anyway, no matter what it is. We not gonna be the poor righteous teachers. Peace and love, trap. Peace and love, man. Always standing on motherfucking P. God damn it. Damn. I'm trying to show everybody else comment that ain't popping up. Don Tree say SOP. Jay say SOP. Let's make 2025 the best motherfucking year. All that work you done put in, nigga. All that work y'all done put in, you ain't ready for the best year of your life, nigga. I am, nigga. We ain't leaving little homie on stuck, nigga. All I'm saying is, homie, nigga, why you raising your hands, nigga? Put your hands down to your side. All I'm saying is, I think I gotta go into the chat and everybody hit that link and subscribe to J By Hill's YouTube. Hold up. My Weebalization. To J By Hill's YouTube. Hold up. Pin. Back out. My Weebalization to J By Hill's SO motherfucking P, dog. I appreciate y'all. Like I already told y'all, I appreciate the fuck out of y'all, man. Y'all have been showing up consistently. Um, showing up consistently. Instagram, YouTube, showing up. He said the poor righteous teacher want to eat some salmon once in a while. Dig that. Nah, me personally, I hate seafood, but a nigga like some chicken. I love some good chicken and a little hibachi. Nothing expensive, nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Hassan just says SOP. And Trav is putting up that nasty fish sushi shit. If you like it, you better love it. Cause god damn. I don't know what it is about seafood with me, y'all. I'm probably incarnated from a fish my last life. A dolphin or something. The most intelligent fish in the water, right? SOP 2020 is yours slash ours, Zero says. Yeah, bro, Curve. That was J Bothell this whole J Bothell. J Bothell the whole time. Thank you so much from here. And Zero all the way in Mexico tapped in. Niggas ain't got no excuse. Zero all the way in Mexico tapped in. Nigga. English ain't even his first language, nigga. He probably using a damn translator. He can't because he can't understand what I'm saying because he's watching the videos, obviously. But yeah, nigga. Zero tapped in. We ain't got no excuses. Got some wings start right there. Okay. I got some chicken salad I'm gonna go tap into, which I shouldn't be eating this late at night. Okay, okay. And they start use the other and start uploading content. So that shit is in the this link is in the comments, y'all. As always, y'all know how we end this motherfucker and how I forgot to begin this motherfucker. What is that? No obstacles will apprehend you, prosper over pain. There are no obstacles. Obstacles are opportunities. Once you shift your perspective and understanding that the God up there is the God down here, the God in me is the God in you. God is in his hat, God is in his headphone, God is in his mic, God is in that fart I just let out. That's God. That fart. Mm. That motherfucker is in. That motherfucker is God. God is a fart. God is a piss. God is a shit. And God is the shit. Cause you the shit. Don't forget it. Always be pushing cosmic P and standing on motherfucking principle. The motherfuckers ain't around you standing on principle. They need to be moved the fuck around. Cause we evolve ourselves and everything around us evolves. That's P. Anybody hating, let them hate. And watch the cosmic P pile up. And if they hate, then let them hate and watch the P pile up. You did what I'm saying? We doing what we do. Y'all doing what y'all do. So not next Sunday, but the Sunday after that on the 19th, we'll be back with bro. Stanky Lord. Stanky God. Little shitty. The shitty God. Will we be back on the 19th reading Your Invisible Power? Create the life that you want. Aiden, you showed up at the last minute when we leaving, man. Hopefully you can catch the replay and tap into it. This was some great information that we've been doing over the past 11 Sundays. I appreciate y'all, man. As always, stand on motherfucking principle. No obstacles will apprehend you. Oh, let me do my outro video. I can do this. Boom, say this outro video.